Good evening! Tonight, we're continuing the story of Endwalker with Smol Caetsu. And we're continuing from, well, we have to go back to the vacation location, if you know what I mean. We went home to go to bed. We only are having the vacation when we're awake. Fortunately, when you're in a world where you can teleport anywhere, you don't have to sleep where you have your holiday. You can just go home in between. Hey Gelano, hey Alif, how are you both? And hey Emir, how are you guys doing? So just in case there's a quiet viewer that has not completed Endwalker, or at least gotten a few bit into Endwalker, you might not want to get spoiled on this. Because this is some of the most surprising stuff in the story, I feel. You're doing great, that is good to hear. How's our inventory doing? I think we can complete the rest of Endwalker without cleaning our... maybe this one. This one might get a little full, but I think we can make it. I think we can do it without checking, without managing the inventory. I think we can make it to complete without clearing more inventory. No more inventory management stream. At least until we finish the main quest. And hey Matthew. In a world where somehow everywhere has an aetheryte. In a world, I just realized why. Yeah, I felt like this was like extremely big, but I suppose it's a little better for you guys. You have a better chance of viewing what I'm looking at if the windows are like abnormally big for me. Alif says, getting good now. I get to be here. That's awesome. I'm glad to see you, Alif. It's rare that you get on these streams. And I know it's because of time zones. My best friend has the same problem. Nimia says, why is your patron guard so hard? Well, that's because he's all thick. He keeps... the reason he's called the Keeper is because he keeps in good shape. I actually want to say that when I made this character, because as you will know, if you even watch the first episode of this entire stream series, the character was already made before we started, and I literally chose All Thick because it had the funniest name. And I've been waiting all this time for someone to ask. I laid this trap for 40 episodes. And finally it sprung. I'm glad that it landed well. Janano says, we're in the end game now. Yeah, we have the final episodes where we don't have inventory management. And we have no more leveling. You fool! It's a trap! Hey, Wasabi, how are you doing? Got content to listen to while making art. Well, if you draw something or make something really cool, make sure to share it with the community on Discord. If you want to share it, I'm sure we want to see it. You've activated my trap card! The time has come for you to be on your way. The crater at the heart of Mare Lamentorum, where Zodiac was imprisoned, is not so easily traversed, however. Let us call upon Argos, the familiar whom you met earlier. He should have no trouble bearing you across. He will do it for you. Kermie. As Heidelin created me as the jailer, so too did she create Argos as the guard. It is his nature to appear when needed, and yet he is nowhere to be found. Strange. Mayhap the imbalancing of ether has affected him. Let us make for the crushing brand, and attempt to call upon him there. You need but recall the path you walked with Argos before, and you will find your way. But Smol Kai isn't big brain, she can't remember that. She slept for a week. If he labors in service to Heidelin's plan, I see no reason not to do as he suggests. Shall we make for this crushing brand then? Ymir says, no, I meant Nolthal. Oh, you mean Small Dragon Kai's god. That one is a lot, I suppose, more interesting to answer. So I believe Nolthal is called Nolthal the Traders, like as in trading. And the thing is, if I play an MMO where like crafting and gathering has like a prominent focus in a way, like for instance RuneScape, then I'm much more likely to interact with that aspect than than combat. Why did you said why your patron god is so hard? I know, but I wanted to tell you about the backstory of why I chose that god. The reason why the fight is hard is because one person can ruin it for everyone. Sorry. But it's because one person can ruin it for everyone in the balancing act mechanic. That's why it's so hard. The fight itself is it's mostly difficult because some of the mechanics aren't super intuitive, but once you understand that most of the mechanics are like either or, it's one of two things, and the way you can tell which thing it is that one mechanic will be yellow and one mechanic will be blue. And you just look at which costume is Nolthal wearing. Does he have the robe? Then it's the blue one. Does he not have the robe? Then it's the yellow one. And as Sip told me, after I had done the encounter like 3 times, you don't have to look at that. You could also just look at the background in the arena, like the entire arena, like the entire outer area of the arena is yellow, like golden yellow, or like deep blue, depending on which mode he is in. You don't even have to look at the boss to know which mechanic is coming, but given that I was staring at the boss, and I teach my friends and people that will listen that one of the best ways to learn boss mechanics is to look at the boss. Don't spend all of your time looking at your boss. Look at the boss you're fighting, because often it will tell you what it's going to do. Is it looking at you, for instance, and casting a spell called Fire Breath? Guess who's dying if you don't move then? It's not the boss, and it's not the other players, certainly, unless they're standing next to you, of course. But yeah, the story behind why I chose Nolthal for Small Dragon Kai when I made her originally was specifically that I know that I like crafting and gathering. I'm not the most engaged in the aspect in Final Fantasy XIV at this very moment, but sometimes I find it really fun. But when I play an MMO or even a game where crafting and gathering like is prominently featured, I'm extremely likely to use it. And in these games, typically, choosing to interact with those mechanics will automatically lead you to trading. And therefore I found Nelthal the traders to make the most sense when I chose them. I don't think there was any other reason. I didn't even know what Nelthal looked like at the time, right? I didn't know how much it mattered what I chose either, so didn't know if it was important. Exactly, Kazadi. Kinda like the thing with Swinge. It is stuck in my mind permanently. The dragon moves to a corner of the arena, faces someone and casts Swinge. If you don't dodge it, you take like 90% of your health and damage. Fun. Yeah, that's why it shows Nolthal, and if you want some examples of how that features in the way I play games, when I picked up old school RuneScape again to play with a friend, he got rich doing Slayer stuff and combat. Meanwhile, I hung out at the Grand Exchange, and the only time I left the Grand Exchange was to farm something to craft it myself if I wanted the thing and I couldn't afford it. I literally just focused on crafting and gathering skills completely. Didn't really care about combat. When I later tried out RuneScape 3 as an Iron Man, I literally kept my crafting and gathering skills like evenly matched with my combat skills. The reason why I leveled my combat skills was literally to go, oh, I can make a rune two-handed sword now, so I guess I should level up to wear it. Like, that was the motivation, and when I've played generally when I play games that have this kind of feature, I will do that. It's just, I prefer this. But that's also like part of the reason why I enjoy combat in Final Fantasy XIV, is that it's very systematic. Juliana says I chose Nofika. Understandable. Was it her huge personality, or was it what is her like title? Is she like Earth Mother or something like that? The matron. The place we seek is just ahead at the... Pulls out paper. Chlorophosgrot. Chlorophosgrot. You see, Argos cannot manifest without sufficient concentrations of ambient ether. You would be hard-pressed to find a greater conference than inside this cavern. Follow me. Did you see that SDS Fenrir mount? And for those that aren't sure why that matters, the SDS Fenrir is a store mount that, as a passive effect, like just in the background, it always, like, you know those riding maps you can get that makes you run faster on your mount? It just inherently has the first level in any zone. Like, if you later purchase this riding map and get that first level of speed, then it will not get the second one. It just inherently has the first one in zones. There exists one. The moment it exists, SDS Fenrir has it. If you can speed up further than that, Fenrir will not help you, but that first speed boost Fenrir just has inherently, and it's the only mount that has that, and it's a store mount, which made it very popular, and I mean that sarcastically. The fortunate part is that the riding maps do not increase your flying speed, so once you start flying in a zone, it's pointless. Kvasadi says, I chose Oshron due to my own personal attachment to nature. Also, I rarely stay in one place in games. I run around a circle. Yes, here will do nicely. The Luna or Spongai draw ether from the ground, which is then dispersed in the air. At present, however, the ambient energies are not quite sufficient for Argos to manifest. Might you be willing to spare some of your own to help the Spongai along? Well, I'm glad that I really nailed the delivery on that one, Alif. good one to start the stream on, I'd say. So does that mean, Kasari, have you done the Dalaran circuit in World of Warcraft, or maybe the circles around Orgrimmar? If you ever played WoW, of course. Argos manifests in a flash. He seems glad to see you again. He says, his facial expression says, "Let me do it for you." A most fascinating creation of Heidel's, would you not agree? Should the need arise, he is even able to create reflections of himself on a whim. They can do even more for you. Though, I assure you, it was no reflection which accompanied you earlier to the brand. No, Argos was quite eager to be at your side then, as he is now, it seems. I cannot recall when last he showed such an affinity for anyone. Indeed, I thought him more likely to shy away from you and your companions. Perhaps it was more than a sense of duty that compelled him to aid you before. As for your companions... Unexpected, but greatly appreciated. I believe we are all ready. Then let us return outside that you may cross the chasm. Besides, as I never played WoW, part of me kind of wants to give it a try, but I cannot focus on multiple MMOs. I understand. I totally understand. I would also say that if you're like very focused on Final Fantasy XIV, then like in my opinion, World of Warcraft, whether it is classic or retail, doesn't even matter. It requires quite a lot of your attention. It really wants to be your only game if they can get you to do so, and Final Fantasy XIV does not require that as much. So if you already feel like you have enough in Final Fantasy XIV, then I would say just leave World of Warcraft. Just let that be. You can try it later when you have the time, or when you want to try something new or old. Giuliano says, I hadn't even seen the famous artwork, I swear. I'll trust you, I'll take your word for it. You don't seem like the kind of person to specifically choose your god based on their appearance alone. Your destination is the structure there across the Cradle of Darkness. But climb onto Argos' back and he will take care of the rest. Once you arrive, it should not take long to find the ship's crew. The facility is designed to rouse them from their slumber in the event of Zodiac's destruction. Heed their counsel. Together, you may guide the star and its people to a kinder fate. This is where we part ways, but know that I shall ever be watching and praying for your success. Oh, because fortunately this stream should have a DVR enabled, so you can, at the cost of missing out of what I'm saying right now, you can rewind and find the joke. Is it which joke was it that you missed? Our allies' assurances notwithstanding, we cannot be certain what awaits us on the other side, so perhaps it would be best if we did not all go at once. I propose the two of us cross first, while Thancred and Urianger wait here. Oh! The joke was... Oh, sorry. Onward. A malefic ether yet permeates from the crater. Remnants of Zodiac, most like. She grabbing my camera. I think this is the second time they've used that mechanic, and they've only really used it in Endwalker. Just a little further. So the joke was, Ymir, Linkstar, asked why my god, let me see, to be specific why my patron god is so hard and Smol Kai's patron god is all thick. So I said the reason is that he is all thick. That was a joke. The structure is enormous, though that is hardly surprising given the size of the average Amaroti. Apologies for the wait. Right then, let us head inside and... oh? Oof. Most intriguing. A means by which he conserveth energy, mayhap? Well, I certainly wouldn't want him to blink out of existence on our account, helpful as he's been. Stay here where it's safe, alright? If Argos is to remain without, let us not keep him waiting over long. Daisy staff must have been smoking something. With Argos! I think they just watched too many Borzoi memes. Like that's the reasoning I'm going to give. They just watched too many Borzoi memes. If you don't know what Borzoi is, I believe it's called Borzoi. Yep, a Borzoi. It's a kinda very long dog. The long boy, as they say.
Our moonship pilot should be around here somewhere. Is that right?
Nice music. Very victorious, don't you think? Suppose that's sleeping way.
Look lively, everyone! I know, this 1243rd inspection is a mite ahead of schedule, but it is of the utmost importance, for Zodiac, alas, is no more. As of now, our mighty moon has a new purpose, to bear the people of Etheris to safety. Our time has come, my friends! We must be swifter than swift. There is much to do before our guests arrive. I expect your workstations to be immaculate. And don't forget to relay our signal to Etheris. Questions? Yes? No? Maybe so? No? Then hop to it!
"'Tis a rather curious crew she hath chosen. Their endearing forms intended to ease the passengers' hearts, perhaps.
Perhaps.
Matthew says, after Garlemald and killing Zodiac, this was quite a change of pace. You know, I remember, now that you mention that, specifically change of pace, I remember back when I had just recently done the Endwalker story for the first time, one of the things that I praised the story for, especially, is that it is very good. Like, the Final Fantasy XIV story in general is very good at, like, leading up to, like, very, very, intense moments. And like like really give that space to happen and for you to focus on that. And when this intense moment in the story is finished, they're very good at like decompressing again, going, okay, now something to smile from, something funny, something happy, to like switch it up so it's not all serious. And I think this is an excellent example given what we did last week. If we had kept going, which, like, if you were playing yourself as a player, there's a good chance that you wouldn't have ended a session on Zodiac. Necessarily a little bit weird time for us to end, but that's kind of how it goes when you say we have 6 hours to play, so we play 6 hours. Approximately, anyway. But I think that is a really good part of the Final Fantasy XIV storytelling. And Ymir says, more children. Well, actually, those bunnies just announced that they've done this inspection like a good several thousand times, so they're probably very old. Gilano says, poor Coco is not here when we encounter bunnies. I suppose, yeah, I think the thing is that Coco specifically avoids these streams because Coco doesn't want to get spoiled. And Coco does not play the MSQ very fast. That is why we had the ongoing little community joke that Irika was going to pass Coco, and I'm relatively confident they did, although Irika hasn't been as vocal about their pace recently. Because Coco does not play very much of the main quest on a daily basis. They do a lot of dailies. A new chess piece. They must be the Lobrapes mentioned in the Watcher's records. Not at all what I expected, but the Watcher did bid us heed their counsel. I assume the one who gave their rousing speech was their leader, though we might have to ask about in order to... I assume the one who gave that rousing speech was their leader, though we might have to ask about in order to track them down. Come on then, let us be about it. We are entering a very spoiler-heavy territory. I think when we entered the moon, like when we got to the moon, is the part where it's like the only thing that isn't that spoilery about it is the whole aspect of us going to the moon in the first place, because it's almost an unavoidable fact that that happens. Jump down. I suppose I could. I want to go over there, so let's do this then. There's an ether current. Yoink. Excellent. The last stream's end is also a very, very heavy spoiler, that is true. Well, I suppose that actually was voice acted.
The leader of the crew, not me, I'm afraid. Singing Way is the name. I'm in charge of the construction and maintenance of the atmospheric circulation system. Only the crispest, cleanest air for the people of Etheris, and that's a promise.
That is a really weird objective for Singing Way. Like, what does that have to do with air cleaning? I think that most people were surprised by how early we had to fight Zodiac. But wasn't Zodiac in the actual Endwalker trailer? Like the one that came like leading up to Endwalker, not the like the trailer with the song. teaser trailer that came like a few weeks or so before. I remember that included, among other things, it included the part where Tataru says goodbye to the player and the Scions as they board the ship in Limsa. And it also included specifically the song that plays during the Zodiac fight. That was actually included in that trailer. And it also included Close in the Distance. Leader, no. Sleeping Way. Yes! Nailed it! Nailed it!
Sleeping Way, my job is... Perhaps I'd better ask.
Good point, friend. Very good point. Extremely good point. I don't know what my job is. Yeah, it is weirdly early, but as I said, I believe I said this. Yeah, exactly. They did include a very quick clip of Zodiac's fight, and just consider that. I haven't checked those teaser trailers, but I'm relatively confident that the Heavensward one did not include the fight with Thordan, the Stormblood one did not include the fight with Shinryu, and the Shadowbringers one probably did not include the fight with Hades. And if that is true, then the instant we saw Zodiac, or presumably we might not even know that that was Zodiac yet, but when we saw that, we could pretty much already conclude that that's not the final boss then, because they wouldn't have included the final boss in the teaser trailer. But I suppose a lot of people wouldn't have watched the teaser trailer specifically to avoid spoilers.
What? How in the... When did you get here? Who let you in? Why wasn't I told?
We literally came to tell you. Take me to your oh! Better idea. Or however that goes.
What was that supposed to be? Your humming, if one can even call it that, is atrociously off-key. It should sound more like this.
I'm pretty sure it was the same, but okay then.
As leader of the Locrits, I cannot allow substandard attempts at musicality to go unremarked, even if you are a guest. But being the magnanimous sort that I am, I'll forgive you this once.
Well, looks like you beat us here.
Your friends, I take it? Is this all of them? A group comprised entirely of children. What must their parents be thinking? This isn't a nursery after all, though perhaps we should build one, or did we build one already? No matter, you needn't worry your pretty little heads. All will be well, I promise. But goodness me, we shouldn't be standing around gawping. I must take you to meet the others.
No one bothered to tell this bunny that we're not children?
If you could run along back toward the entrance, you'll find a path that leads to the central platform on the upper floor.
Hey, Greensville.
There's no wrong way to reach it, but it's the large glowing ball at the center, if you should find yourselves lost. I shall gather the others and meet you there.
Well then, back to the upper floor it is. Yeah, quite rich of the Loporits to call me a child when she's shorter than me. Hey Tracy, hope you're doing well. Matthew says, not children. Except Smol Kai, that is true. They're not children, but Smol Kai kind of is. She's not sure what's going on. She's just like, ooh, bunnies. Up we go. Who are you calling a child? Insert a mad bunny emote, which I cannot use here. And then you just bring out the big floppy ears and do the bunny emote. I still think it's a little bit of a miss that Viera don't like bend their own ears when they use that emote. But I suppose the reason is that some Viera would choose ears that don't really function like that, like those with the already bent ears that wouldn't really function as well. Oh look, wobbling way and flopping way and an ether current. Hey, wobbling way, what do you do?
Oh dear, I hadn't expected to meet a people person here. Whatever shall I do?
A people person? I'm a child. And flopping way.
Me? You're speaking to me? Oh, but of course, I'll answer any questions you may have.
Who are you?
I'm the manager and operator of the central control sphere. It regulates every single facility here in Bestwaysborough. If anything were to happen to it, the whole place would stop working in no time. It's very important, and so is my job.
What is this place?
Bestwaysborough is where we Loperates live and work in honor of Heidelin. We're all doing our best to make the moon a suitable ship to transport everyone. You'll be able to ride someday soon, don't you worry.
Why are you called flopping way? Why are you called flopping way? Like... That is actually an interesting aspect. I feel like when you get here at first, many of the Loperates are named something that has nothing to do with what they're actually doing. I suppose maybe mapping way is just right, but still. Right,
of course. Introductions are in order. My name is Livingway, and we are the Loperates, created for the express purpose of commanding this ship and bearing the people of Aetheris to a brave new world. More specifically, I am the one whom she charged with the execution of her most vital plans. You might say I'm her right paw. Livingway's the name. Map reader and navigator of the heavens.
Pleasure to meet you all, but I'm still trying to make sense of this.
Confusion and bewilderment are completely understandable. Fear not, I shall walk you through it. The people of Aetheris, through no fault of your own, I'm sure, set in motion a series of events that, unfortunately, culminated in Zodiac's obliteration. Acutely aware of the imminent crisis, your parents sent you little ones on ahead while they began the necessary preparations.
Very presumptuous of Livingway.
I shall elaborate further. Here we have Aetheris, your home, and the moon, where we are now. Without Zodiac around to keep things lively, so to speak, the celestial currents of the star have doubtless begun to degrade. A calamity of apocalyptic proportions will be visited upon Aetheris, bringing an end to all life. Very sad, that.
Interesting way to put it, Livingway.
So too hath the Watcher claimed. By thine unperturbed countenance, I gather this eventuality was anticipated.
The doom and gloom? Oh yes, quite expected. Imagine, if you will, that Atheris is a delicious carrot that I've forgotten to eat and left out in the midday sun. The most earnest wishes or prayers will not stop it from rotting to the core. So sadly, there's nothing to be done but to abandon said carrot, Atheris, in case the metaphor is lost on you, to its grisly fate.
And this moon will serve as the vessel to deliver us to a new home.
She does not look amused.
Just so! We will gather up as many people, supplies, and resources as our stores will hold. And then, once everyone is aboard, it's off to another star. Easier said than done, admittedly, for one does not simply hop from star to star on a whim. Which is precisely why we've spent countless years constructing the most propulsive of propulsion systems. We ought to make it to our destination in 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail.
Which is not very useful considering you're a bunny.
Impressive technology. I dare say it is beyond anything we have ever seen.
No need to shower us with praise. All we've done is faithfully carry out the instructions left to us by Hydaelyn. Back in the old days, when she was still just Venar, she was dedicated to the study of the world and its inner workings. And the Watcher, the real one, not the simulacrum you met, was one of her fellow researchers. We and this wondrous vessel masquerading as a moon are products of their knowledge and know-how.
There's certainly more to you all than meets the eye. Might I ask where exactly you intend to take us?
We identified a few promising candidates for resettlement some time ago, but we cannot guarantee that they are fit for habitation. Moreover, the ship can only travel in short bursts. We intend to go down our list, hopping from star to star, until we find one suitable for resettlement. No need to worry, though. The vessel is being refurbished with accommodation for an extended stay as we speak. While we did have to rely upon outside help to determine what amenities were essential, I dare say we have risen to the challenge.
Help? From who?
From you and yours! Who else? Each time we woke to perform regularly scheduled maintenance, we were greeted by the resources you sent us. What better way to learn about preferences and proclivities of our present-day charges? Ah, but you're still adorable little children. Perhaps your elders were responsible for the deliveries.
I'm not sure what led you to conclude otherwise, but I can assure you that we are all grown men and women. And I very much doubt my elders know this place exists, much less how to send you so much as a starlight missive.
What? Then who in blazes let you on my moon? Hydaelyn herself led you here. You don't say! Well, that's really not children. Then why are you so small and stunted? Like little baby carrot people.
I don't know, Living Way. Why am I taller than you?
Well, Amarotines were a great deal taller. In the present day, persons of such prodigious size are exceedingly rare.
So, you're saying everyone's not like the Watcher? Oh, confound it all! Someone could have at least scribbled a note about your profound miniaturization.
That tome in thy possession.
Oh, this? One of the first books sent to us. A compendium of the people of Atheris, with a few blank pages at the back for minor corrections and updates as needed.
Convenient.
The sum total of our knowledge of your kind is contained in these pages.
One book.
I thought it was abridged and made small for our benefit, but this isn't a regular-sized book, is it?
She sure runs fast.
Building Way, can you hear me? Yes, we're all very busy. Change of plans. I need you to rebuild the domiciles at 1/3 the scale.
Only 1/3.
All of them. Yes, all of them, and but me no buts. See to it with all speed.
Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about your terrestrial collaborators.
Yes, in due time. But first, I'd like to hear more about you, if it's all the same. I'd rather not risk any other complications due to outdated knowledge of our passengers-to-be.
Only 1/3. So for anyone who watched the last stream and didn't see my Discord picture, I sent a picture of maybe I can find it actually. Let me just let me just find that. Here we are. This is our size, or a Lalafell, a tiny Lalafell compared to the Watcher, or well, to an ancient rather. About 5.5. 5.5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5. Is that right? And hey, Orion. And Vicels. And Ymir says that Ystola's boyfriend is on the 1st. Sorry. And Thancred's kid. Like, you have to remember that everyone on the 1st are just going to die. Like, if we let the source die, everyone on the 1st is just going to die. Straight up. And while you could just go and find someone from the 1st reflection in the source to compensate because it's the same person, it's not. You have to remember that Artbird is our reflection in the 1st, and he personality-wise was drastically different from the player character, right? So just because you like the person that appears on the 1st doesn't mean that you have anything in common with the one in the source. That is basically the counter-argument. You don't really need the person from the 1st. Like, if you like the person on the 1st, then that doesn't mean anything about the reflection on the source. Yeah, banana for scale. I'm pretty sure that Smol Caetsu is an excellent measuring scale or measuring unit. How many Smol Caetsu are there? Like, what's the range of this attack? How many Smol Caetsu is it?
Right then, now that you're here, we need you to teach us all you can about your people, and quickly. It won't be long before the final days are upon us in all their terrible grandeur, so it is imperative that we are prepared to receive our passengers-to-be. If there is anything at all, that may displease them, it must be addressed post-haste. And address it we shall. Here at Best Ways Burrow, we have assembled everything required to offer our guests the best way forward. We have produced myriad amenities we understand to be essential for day-to-day living, and I wish to hear your opinions on them. I'm sure you've all worked up an appetite, so why don't we start with foodstuffs? Meet me at the Carrotorium, and we'll see about filling your bellies.
The Carrotorium specifically, that doesn't sound promising.
She does not want for enthusiasm. The notion of Aetherius rotting to its core being a matter of course is rather concerning, though. Nevertheless, let us take this opportunity to learn more of the Lobrits and this vessel.
Small caliber ancient. Indeed.
Whee!
Very effective jumping mechanism. Did I remember to take that ether current when I talked with Flopping Way? Or did I forget that? Oh well, that's up there. Probably we'll get back to it later. The whale at the boon. It is a coincidence. I probably forgot, yeah. Let's see how many... How many do I have? Well, I have 2, so if both of them are from this building, then maybe I did. Small Kai per cubic yarn. It is a very cute measuring measuring unit.
Welcome to the Carrotorium. Here we create prototypes of the various sundries required by our soon-to-be passengers. Allow me to introduce the head of foodstuff production, Cooking Way. Cooking Way, pleasure to meet you all. Our work has involved no small amount of trial and error, but after many, many cycles of painstaking labor, I dare say we have created the finest cuisine our guests could ask for. Is it carrots? I've learned all about the essential nutrients for a healthy and balanced diet from the reference materials we received. Right, I've practically worn the words from those invaluable pages. Naturally, we've also considered ease of growth and production. We will not want for ingredients. I must insist you try some. We have fresh stock recently prepared on account of, well, because we just woke up, and we're all quite famished. Hop along the platforms here, and you'll find a storage unit full to bursting with delectable delights. Help yourself to anything you like.
Oh boy! And then we remember that the people they spoke with are almost certainly Sharlians. At this point in the story, this is something we simply have to assume. But if we assume that, that means that that the best possible point of reference is, oh yeah, the people that invented the Archon loaf. I'm sure they have good ideas for cuisine, right? Lasting Way.
This doesn't require a debate. We have work to do, so quit dragging your feet and get to it.
And what does that have to do with blasting?
You open the storage unit and find a rainbow-colored assortment of carrots.
Which carrot will you choose? The unassuming orange carrot, the peculiar-looking blue carrot, the vibrant yellow carrot, the ominous crimson carrot. Take a moment to reconsider. I happen to know that the result from this is a little funny, so I'll give you guys a chance to decide that for me. I've put up a vote. What carrot should I take? Just give it a few minutes. I can't remember which one I picked. I think I picked the blue one on Small Dragon Kai, but I'm not 100% certain. And I only realized after choosing that it appeared to matter a little bit, like you actually got a very funny result. Yeah, no pink carrot. I suppose the closest we have to that is a red one. Oh yeah, while I wait a moment for those that are not as quick to choose, maybe those that are a little bit behind on the stream, an interesting thing that we had a discussion about a little bit yesterday on the Discord is that we learned in the live letter that there are coming some quality of life changes to some jobs. We didn't get a lot of information on the subject because that is typically how it goes. If there's any job changes, it's usually revealed like during the maintenance. Like if the server is down for 5 hours before you can play with a new patch, then the full patch notes come out 5 hours before the patch drops. You will get like the preview of patch notes with everything except the job changes a few days before typically, but specifically the job changes, they always come exactly like when the servers go down. Like that's when they come out, which is really funny because that typically means that either they come when I wake up in the morning, or even like more in the middle of the night, which is excellent. But two particular things we were told about is that the first one is that now jump and high jump for Dragoons, one core problem with that action, especially in certain boss fights, is that you simply cannot use it because jumping to the location of your target will kill you. So this action is getting changed, so it no longer actually changes the location of your character as far as the game is concerned. Maybe it looks like you move, but you don't. You're actually not changing location while you stomp on the enemy. You're standing there for the full duration, which means that you no longer have to worry about that. Jump does not move you. It locks you in place for a moment because it is jump, but it does not kill you from moving into something. That is the first one, and they actually specifically pointed out that this was a change that was originally planned for 7.0. Which means that the way jump works is probably going to be, at least the importance of being able to use jump on cooldown like this, is going to be preserved with the rework of Dragoon. I think that is very, very useful knowledge because a lot of players that main Dragoon are very afraid of what is going to happen to their job. And now we know at least that jump is staying, and probably in like a core rotation kind of way where it doesn't work if it has to be delayed. You have to remember all of your other jumps that actually change your like your end location, they don't get this change. It's just jump and high jump. So because they had planned this change for 7.0, we know that jump is staying with the rework. The second thing, and this is a lot more impactful in like the here and now, if any one of you play Paladin, Atonement will stop breaking combos. So what that means is that on live you can go 1, 2, 3, so 1, 2 Royal Authority, and then 3 Atonements, and do a new 1, 2, 3, but you have to use Holy Spirit at some point before that to spend that Divine Might. But the reason why you have to spend the 3 Atonements before doing a new 1, 2, 3 combo is because if you go 1, 2 Atonement, then it breaks the combo, so you can have to go back and do 1, 2, 3 instead of going 1, 2 Atonement 3. With this change, you can use Atonement and combo steps whenever you like. Like literally, whenever you like. Which makes it far easier to optimize your rotation. It isn't like anything huge, but it makes the job even easier to pilot. Which I'm sure some players will appreciate. And I just thought I'd mention that. I actually spent quite some time experimenting with it, like writing out spreadsheets on how the rotation is going to go. I left a little blurb about it in the classroom on the Discord for those interested. it's a very small DPS gain over like a long fight, but it's much easier to play the job when you can do this. Like, it's much easier. It also changes the role of Royal Authority, because it means that you're only using Royal Authority to like release more resources to spend, to give you more atonements and more Holy Spirits. And instead of doing it as like your filler combo, the filler combo is atonement, and to get atonement you have to use Royal Authority. Like, it makes the interaction a little different. Now, I think we've given it enough time. We have a landslide victory for the Crimson Carrot. The soft texture and redolent aroma of this crimson creation belie its staggering weight. The excessive length and girth only compound the mystery, leaving you perplexed as to the nature of this carrot. Are you certain you wish to eat this? On second thought, you elect to... Did I not click yes? On second thought, you elect to simply take an obscenely large carrot for now. Due to its bizarre qualities, it would be prudent to ask Cooking Way whether it's safe to eat first. Did I not click yes? I'm pretty sure I clicked yes. Huh. How boring. Yeah, I understand why anyone who actually likes playing Dragoon as it is now would be afraid of the rework. Because you like the job as it is, you don't want it to change. The hope is that the changes are going to make it better, but we have to remember the reason why a lot of Dragoon mains are scared of the rework is because we know what happened to Summoner, and we know what happened to Paladin. And many Paladin mains aren't super happy with the rework, and a lot of Summoners are not really happy with the rework. The problem is that in both cases, while the new job might be like overall more appreciated by all players, those that mained it for very specific reasons, and maybe these reasons are gone now, and there are no other jobs to take their place. There is no other mage that uses dots, really. And there is no other tank that really uses dots like Paladin did. Just as an example, like those two jobs specifically lost their dots is a key thing they have in common. So good luck, Chaotic Spring. So, did any of our selections set your mouth to watering? Even Viera are like to swoon at the sight of so grand a carrot that, or be offended by all those who assume that they would. Any Vieras in the chat? Ah yes, a fine choice. One of my personal favorites actually. Please dig in, I'm eager to hear what you think. Feel called out. With great trepidation, you take a bite out of the carrot. The carrot is oddly tender, but as you begin to chew, a rich aroma fills your nostrils. A newfound vigor begins welling within you. The rumbling of your stomach, however, suggests it may simply be indigestion. Oh dear. You suddenly find yourself full of vim and vigor from the iron carrot. What do you think? Unlike anything you've ever tasted, yes? The iron carrot can be a bit difficult to digest, but the boost to endurance it promises makes it the perfect meal before a day of heavy lifting. Which Kai does on a regular basis, as we all know. We have plenty of other varieties too. Bleeding carrots to improve blood flow, dream carrots to help with sleep. So you see, we have a carrot for every occasion. How about dinner? But what if I don't like carrots? I can certainly see a demand for this in Charlian. What if I'm allergic to carrots? You don't like carrots? Oh, you must mean you don't like them served in this fashion. Worry not, we have pureed versions on hand if you haven't the time to chew.
I, I take it you too had a wide assortment of carrots to choose from and not else? Lifting candy into your mouth. It's a giant candy crystal, you see. Just imagine it. As you know, things handed to you in Final Fantasy XIV are either extremely tiny or flat out invisible. That's how this works. If I may ask, what exactly did these collaborators share with you about cuisine on Etheris? Surely you are aware we have an abundance of dishes and foods you could emulate. Of course we are, but, well, it was only quite recently that we established contact. Even holding a conversation was a struggle at first, so imagine our surprise when they sent a mountain of books and documents with no clear instructions. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming. If it wasn't for that encyclopedia I found, we would have been at a loss where to begin. So we decided, rather than divide our resources to prepare a variety of middling and potentially unsatisfying meals, it would be more efficient to devote our efforts to the production of a single perfect food. How about if you're allergic to carrots, Livingway? That's all well and good, but man cannot live on raw carrots alone. Have you considered cooking them? You mean steaming, boiling, roasting and the like? I suppose we could prepare the carrots in other ways. But our primary concern was efficiency, and what's more efficient than sinking your teeth into a carrot fresh from production? A rather strange approach to take for one named Cooking Way, isn't it? Well, technically speaking, Cooking Way isn't my given name. When first created, we were all named in the old tongue. You know, that otherwise impenetrable parlance the Watcher speaks. Before I was named Cooking Way, I was named... After we received a great tome of words, a dictionary that is, from our collaborators, we learned your language, adverbs, gerunds, present, continuous verb conjugations, just the basics. Then we found the terms related to our given tasks and used them to form new names. Are they helpful? No, not really, but it does explain a great deal. Wherefore didst thy kind deem such a change necessary? When the rest of your people arrive, we want to be certain they understand immediately what each of us does. You'd never be able to pronounce our original names anyway. Remember? Meow. I see. I hope our critiques, such as they are, were helpful to you. Though, if you should decide to preserve flora and fauna from Etheris as well, you would be able to offer the passengers a more balanced diet. Until such a day, one I pray comes sooner than later, it would appear there's naught but carrots on the menu. Oh man! Purple carrot juice? A hearty and healthful beverage prepared from the pulp of purple carrots and pixie apples. That'll be great for washing down this Archon loaf. Huh? That is an interesting item level jump here. I think we've had our fill of carrots for now. Let's move on to other necessities, shall we? Our clothing production is sure to impress. This way. Oh yeah? Oh boy, I can't wait. Yeah, it looks like it's a Shadowbringer's item, Matthew. That also explains why it's pixie apples. I'm like, where would these bunnies find pixies? Pixie apples, more likely. What even is a pixie apple, while we're on the subject? A small apple? Yeah, probably. A very, very small apple. Here we are, the apparel production station. We've chosen to employ more traditional methods for this task. Creation magics. Heidelin, in her infinite wisdom, blessed us with the self-same affinity for magic her people possessed. We have other amazing talents, of course, and I know you're dying to hear about them, but I will regale you with the details another time. That said, we did run into a spot of trouble at first. Our magic alone was not sufficient to see our work done. In the end, we discovered crystallized ether was a wonderful catalyst that could provide us with the extra V's that we needed. My, how resourceful. Ah, the sweet sound of recognition. You will also be impressed to hear we've read all about your habit of changing attire to match your chosen profession. For the sake of efficiency, I presume. This has also been taken into account without designs. But why take my word for it when you can simply try on our clothes? Make yourselves known to the workers and they will see to the rest.
Oh boy. If I remember correctly, in this quest, your choice does not really matter. Like, in the slightest. Oh, the staircase is over here. A restless lubrit. Hello.
Ah, it's you! One of the visitors from Etheris. Goodness me, Mapping Way wasn't kidding. You're barely taller than we are.
That is true.
Oh, right. You're here to try on a set of clothes, yes? What would you have me fashion for you today?
An outfit that embodies my bloodlust, said Smol Kai. Something simple yet functional. A fashionable and refined ensemble. Well, there's only one correct answer to this. An outfit that embodies my bloodlust.
Embodies your what? This will only take a moment.
Bloodlust for candy. That embodies my lust for candy.
There we are, all finished.
How am I supposed to see the candy like this?
A perfect fit, if I do say so myself. I would be lying if I said I understand what bloodlust is, but I assume it's something you enjoy. I made certain the clothes are flexible yet sturdy enough to endure whatever it is you plan to do while wearing them.
I can't see anything.
Would you look at that? Speechless! And here and there I thought you may not like it. If you've a mind to try something else, why not speak with my fellow artisans? I'm sure they'd be happy to oblige.
You must continue wearing these garments in order to progress. You will change back to your normal garments if you move too far away. Look at your map for the garment changes area of effect. Speak with the restless lubrit to restore or prolong the garment change. Wow. What an incredible outfit. It's not even pink. They could have at least gotten that right. Hello.
No one said you'd be coming. How can I help you? You wish to try my clothes? Really? Of course, it would be my honor. Do you have anything in mind?
Got anything with a little more flair? I'm looking for clothes with an altogether different design. Surprise me! I'm looking for clothes with an altogether different design. I like it more pink, for example. You can do that? Would be great.
I think I can handle that. Let's see. This should do.
Is the only difference that I've got these things on my arms now. These scarf things.
Some of my best work yet. You're a strange one, aren't you? I honestly wasn't sure what to do when you didn't ask for anything specific. I take my work seriously, however, and I'm never one to disappoint. That ensemble is a blend of concepts from myriad professions, all-purpose attire for the modern woman of Etheris.
No, it isn't.
I was worried how the concept would turn out when put to the proof, but it looks stunning on you. Won't you go and show Living Way? I'm sure she's eager to see what we've come up with. You must yeah, I got it. Leopard print! That's true, I suppose. I think we also got baggier pants. Wait a minute. We're wearing shorts, apparently. Apparently we're wearing shorts. I mean, that is almost a win. Almost. Hello.
My, don't we look splendid? The result of much trial and error, but I know quality work when I see it. Shh. You needn't speak. I can see your adoration for the moon and we lopperids in your eyes. I can see the adoration for the moon and we lopperids in your eyes.
Can't see my eyes.
No doubt your friends feel the same, having sampled our creations.
Sorry to have kept you waiting. At least hers is pink.
They insisted we sample all of their concepts ere we returned. Verily, it's an ensemble most becoming.
Well, at least your Anjay looks like he's happy with it. I think it's past time we return these clothes.
I was so confident our garments would meet with your approval. Whatever are we doing wrong? The Watcher taught us that in his time everyone wore the same robes, but to do otherwise was against social etiquette. We thought we could appeal to modern taste by tailoring the robes to specific professions, but...
Please, you mustn't be so hard on yourself. Should we resort to evacuating the people of Theris, they will most certainly have need of your attire. It is clear you spared no effort in addressing our needs, but you must understand that we are not quite so... homogeneous. Speaking for myself, what I wear now better suits my tastes, even if it is of inferior make. But there are others whose choices may be influenced by traditions or personal experience. Rather than make assumptions for the whole, you must consider the individual and their potential preferences.
I fear we've underestimated the complexity and diversity of your people. Even if we'd memorized every tome we received, I doubt we'd have fared much better.
Correct, because you only got tomes from one region of the world. In fact, one country. In fact, one large, very large city. And namely, only books from the smartest people there, and they wouldn't have it any other way. So, of course, they wouldn't need to tell you how to make all sorts of food. That's not practical in Sharlayan. The blandest country, exactly.
Maybe we're doing you a disservice trying to shower you with our baubles and frippery, thinking it was for your benefit when you'd be better off on your own.
There are some who might agree. People who prefer to keep others at arm's length, even when they know they shouldn't. As one such former fool, I'd like to ask you a question. This plan to evacuate and escape the final days, did it account for the reflections of the source as well?
Not that I'm aware of. We were born of Heiden's love for Aetheris, and the salvation of the people on that star, and that star alone, has ever been our aim. Surely, it's better to devote ourselves to saving one world than to divide our efforts across 14 and risk failing them all.
I suppose you're right. Living Way, might we have leave to explore Bestway's burrow unattended? You have given us much to think about.
Why, certainly. Until later then. If I may, I should like to accompany thee a while longer. Really? I mean, you're more than welcome to. There was actually something I wish to speak with you about. Let's be off then, shall we? You want to speak with Urianger specifically? Of course. It's always Urianger. Why would I murder you for saying that, Fasadi? I'm pretty sure that the whole point of Sharlayan is that it's like a big... Basically, imagine if the boring, most grey, like, university professor became king. That's basically Sharlayan in a nutshell. It's not going to get very interesting. It is going to get very bland.
My apologies. I wasn't trying to spy or anything. Everyone's been talking about the visitors come from Etheris, and I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. I was excited at first, but now I'm worried. What if the people of Etheris refuse to come? What if we can't save them? It's clear we've made a mess of things. Oh, but wait, you still haven't visited the domiciles. Once you see them, you'll understand how wonderful the moon truly is. I'm sure of it. I'll be waiting for you by the teleporter near the entrance. Oh, the name's Growing Way, by the way. See you soon.
Growing Way. So English cuisine. No. Not even that. Archon loaf. You have to... Like, the first thing we were taught when we visited Sharlayan was that basically the vast majority of the population does not care in the slightest about how food tastes. At all. Not at all. So the only thing that matters is, one, can I eat just this? Like, is this nutrition? Is this the correct amount of nutrition that I need? And two, how fast can I eat it? Because the faster I can eat it, the faster I can get back to work or studies or whatever it is that I feel like doing. And because of that, there's hardly any place where you can get good tasting food in Sharlayan. There's one place and one place only. But I don't think that place would be able to, like, make a living if there was two places. There are so few customers that it's like the one place that hosts every single person that cares about what food tastes like. Like, we don't even have to get specific with any particular country and say that they have bad food and compare that to Sharlayan. Sharlayan, by design, has the worst tasting food on Etheris. But it's very nutritious.
You're here. You're here. You're really here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sorry, what should I call you?
Call me Kai.
Caetsu Chaiji, eh? Crikey, even your names are amazing. Well, Caetsu, we'll be using this teleporter to enter the residential area. Whenever you're ready.
Let's go. The residential area.
Ready in the teleporter.
Okay, that was not the voice I expected.
Access to living quarters restricted due to reconstruction. Then where is it? Oh no!
Anyway, bye. Oh. That is very bright.
A private audience, as thou didst request, for reasons I know not.
Ah, yes, the accidental eavesdrop.
Just a precaution. I'd rather I didn't have to ask the question at all, but I take my responsibilities very, very seriously. Do you and your friends, by any chance, find our accommodation wanting? Be honest, brutally even.
'Twould be ungracious of me to belittle the efforts of thee and thine.
Lovely sentiment, really. But the disappointment is writ plain on your comrades' faces. It's all the more frustrating since no one will come out and say what they find wanting.
Actually, everyone has said what they find wanting. They literally went, have you considered something that wasn't carrots? And then they went, no, but carrots are extremely efficient. Have you considered cooking them? Yes, but why would you bother doing that?
If there are faults in our work, we need to know. We can, we will do better. But time is not on our side. The final days will wait for no one. If your people are to be saved, we must take quick and decisive action. This vessel must serve as a home for as many passengers as possible, for far longer than we may like. Which brings me to my request. Our collaborators on Atheris are doing what they can to prepare for the voyage. Would you be willing to go and lend them a hand?
Curiously, we have sort of tried, but they don't want help.
Having seen the moon for yourself, you could speak to its many splendors, learn what else they might require, and assuage whatever concerns they have.
Wherefore wouldst thou entrust me with such a task?
How to put it? You're the only one who appears not to be wholly unsatisfied with our work.
So basically, just to run that back a little bit, they chose the only person in their initial batch of testers that didn't like vote against their stuff completely against it, and went, could you perhaps run the motivational speech about going to the moon? Because you're not completely against it. Hey Santo, by the way. The context is that we were talking about the fact that the Loperids have all of their knowledge about Atheris from a book they were given by the Sharlians. Sharlian, who is known to have the blandest food in the world. So bland, in fact, that there's no comparison, like there's no real world comparison. It is literally assume nothing. Just assume that whatever it is that they have doesn't taste good, but it is nutritious. And then the example was, Kosadi says, even Finnish cuisine is better. I haven't had Finnish cuisine, I don't think, so I wouldn't know.
Oh, quite good at pretending that's the case, at least. Calm, collected, tactful to a fault. Very particular with your words, too. You understand that, in the face of great danger, one cannot pursue perfection at the expense of practicality. The difficult choices must often be made for the greater good.
And so fate doth conspire to set my feet upon this path once more.
Good thing Rianje see the irony as well.
Come again?
Idle musings. 'Tis no trifle thou dost ask, yet full well do I understand the urgency and necessity.
Oh, dear me! Dear me! I was terribly sorry for the mix-up. bit of a malfunction. I hadn't realized the residential quarters were inaccessible, you see. But you're still in one piece. So, all's well that ends well, yes? Won't happen again. I promise.
And then we don't know if Urianger said yes. Santa says, Finnish isn't that different from like Swedish, except we don't eat weird stuff like pickled herring or curry banana pizza. I mean... in Denmark, we eat herring and stuff. I suppose pizza with banana and curry on it is a thing some places. But I mean... I am very open to try pizzas. Like, I have many times gone to, like, the local pizza place and just ordered a pizza I haven't had before to try something new. And like my favorite, it has both curry and pineapple on it. So I wouldn't be the... I am not really in the position to say that something weird on a pizza is, like, absurd. Personally, I feel like banana is a little strange on a pizza. But it's very, very easy to claim that something is weird when you haven't tried it. And just because you don't like something doesn't necessarily mean that it is bad. Salmon soup. Matthew says, would Livingway even have given him a chance to say no? I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, what Urianger says here is something to the effect of sidestepping answering. Like, something to the effect of, let me think about it. And Santa says, in Finland we eat blood pancakes. Okay, that is interesting. Scandinavian food seems very odd to me. I mean, liver paste? Or what are other good ones? I don't even know. I don't think too much about the origin of the food that I eat.
Gosh, that was embarrassing. I promise to be more careful from now on. Since the residential quarters are closed for now, I've rerouted the teleporter to allow travel between floors instead. Hopefully it proves useful in the meantime. A shame you couldn't see it though. You really would have liked it.
And then we never saw the domiciles, ever. We have new equipment to wear, equipment to wear, equipment to wear. Oh right, the level 84 equipment is really cool. If this kind of equipment looks familiar to you, this is a recolor of the Skallic equipment from the Drowned City of Scala dungeon. And just as a little detail, my first, like, actual first glamour outfit on Small Dragon Kai was the Skallic outfit for tanks. Like, that was the first one that I made. I think I still have it. Like, it's changed some pieces, but specifically the coat, it was kept for like, until I completely replaced the outfit.
It may not seem like it, but we've been planning for this far longer than I'd care to admit. Each time we woke up, we'd have long discussions about how to save as many of you as we can. Felt like everyone had an opinion on this or that. But the one thing we all agreed upon was that the people of the theories wouldn't take action to save themselves until it was far too late. That's why we were striving to make the moon a vibrant, magical place they'd hop at the chance to visit, rather than waiting for the flames of oblivion to get them off their tails and force them to accept our invitation. Residential quarters may not be up to the necessary standards just yet, but there are plenty of other places worth seeing. You've already had a look at around the Caratorium, but wait until you see what's waiting for you at the east end of the borough. Follow me!
Liver paste is it's nice. It's pretty nice. But I believe it is a very either Scandinavian or straight up Danish thing. Like, in particular, like, I don't know how much other countries eat it, but in Denmark it is extremely common. The reason why I'm going this way is because I wasn't sure if I actually picked up that ether current. It should be around here, because Flopping Way is there, so it'd be around here. And I didn't get up on the ledge. Oh well, no matter. Guys, I think I got caught on the nothingness next to the whatever this is. I somehow got caught on its like its Super Saiyan shock like key field around it. Kasai says, these days I like food with loads of seasonings and spices, but eating simple food is always welcome. Kasai says, in Finland we have liver sausage, which is basically the same thing but made into sausage shape and in a tube, and you just cut and spread it like the Danish. Huh, that is an interestingly efficient way to do it, I have to say. That's not a bad thing. Certainly not a bad thing. And South Africans seem to like liver paste, according to Emir's mother. That is an interesting detail. I have family in Canada who specifically goes to a Danish specialist to buy specific Danish products. I just want to let you know, want you to understand that in Denmark, the concept of a Danish specialty store is absurd. Why would you need that? Like, who would care about our tiny country enough to have a specialty store? Like, do we have that many unique things?
Good, you're here. Though through this door's greatest ends veil. It was named as such because it's the veil to end all veils. The most beautiful forest you'll ever see. It is... We understand the people of the Theris enjoy taking leisurely walks through natural spaces and the like, so I'm sure you'll enjoy it. How about we start with a nice stroll to the fountain? This way.
Leberwurst. Does that not translate directly to liver sausage? It sounds very much like it, at least. Wait a minute. I haven't attuned to the Aetherite. Look, I think this is the first time in weeks when no one announced the attune reminder. And this is the time I forget. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I'm just here absent-mindedly talking about literally everything except attuning to the Aetherite, and we were almost like finishing up the stuff in Best Ways Burrow before attuning. Also, I was sure it was called Best Way Burrows, but apparently the S is after Best Way and not after Burrow. It makes it harder to say. Best Way is Burrow. Reading Way! And...
Don't you just love books? I absolutely adore them. They've taught me so much. Don't tell anyone, but they also taste delicious.
And Grinding Way. What do you do, Grinding Way?
Do these floors look clean to you? I don't know. I feel like they could use a little more polishing.
A little more grinding? What? Hey James says, I'm stuck in a world of Tex-Mex food here in Texas. Granted, I love Tex-Mex, but it would be nice to have a change. Oh. Is that because Tex-Mex is cheap, or is it just because it's what's easy to get to? Like, is there a specific reason? Leberkäse, liver cheese. Which has nothing to do with either of the listed things. Oh. Hmm. Oh, that reminds me of at least in Denmark we have this dish. In Danish, I believe it is called forlorn har, which basically means not rabbit or not hare, which is very apt because it's meatloaf. I believe that's basically meatloaf. 80% of local restaurants are Tex-Mex. Oh. Interesting. So, what did you think of the forest? Isn't it positively pleasant? Simply sublime? I couldn't see the forest or the trees. I didn't see any... Wait, you don't mean those crystals out there? Tis as transcendent as burying your face in a chocobo's plumage and taking a good long whiff. I think the crystal answer is the one. Right you are. Our forest is made of crystals and constructs, dotting the landscape as far as the eye can see. Building this place was a challenge, let me tell you. Since we were born here, we've never seen trees in person before, let alone a forest. The information sent by our collaborators was quite enlightening, but after much deliberation, we decided to use crystalline constructs in place of living trees. And thanks to our atmospheric circulation system, this place produces air as clean as that you'd find in a forest on Aetheris. The fountain here behind us, powered by the rather large crystal adorning its top, plays a vital role in supplying us with fresh water. Much time and effort was spent making it the most spherical of spheres, and I dare say the unparalleled roundness speaks for itself. I enjoy nothing more than a nice, long stretch and a spot of relaxation whenever I come up here. You look like you could do with a stretch yourself. Really? Well... Okay then. How's that? That's the spirit. I feel more relaxed simply watching you. A sight worth the many years spent building this place. If it's not too much to ask, it's always been a dream of mine to take a walk through this forest with someone from Aetheris. Could we maybe... You will? Oh, be still, my quivering whiskers. Oh boy. Orion says, if I were to end up in Texas, I'd at least want to try some American barbecue of some sort. And James says, have a couple of barbecue places, a couple of steakhouses, a smattering of Asian food, but no Middle Eastern or African places. Barbecue in the States is very regional. Texas barbecue is very different from KC barbecue or Carolina's barbecue. Huh. Very interesting. Ask if you can taste the rainbow crystal. That is a perfectly Smol Kai answer. Or option. What? No, I'm not sure what it is you do with crystals on Aetheris, but we don't eat them, and certainly not this one. It's possessed of all 6 elements: wind, lightning, fire, earth, ice, and water. We use crystals like these to maintain the moon's elemental equilibrium. It's worth mentioning, though, that because of Hydra's influence, being the embodiment of tranquility and stasis and all, manipulating the elements here is different than it might be on Aetheris. A conjuring of fire would sooner dry your clothes than singe them. For example, put simply, the etheric conditions are ill-suited to growth, which is why the surface is mostly barren. Of course, this was all necessary to keep the raging energies of Zodiac in check. Nothing like a relaxing stroll to forget one's worries, eh? Can I taste the rainbow crystal? No. Imagine saying no to Smol Kai when she's that adorable, asking just to take a small bite out of your crystals. I was
was thinking, Caetsu, that I could be more helpful to you by teaching you a little about the moon and what it is we do. When we were first created, the moon's sole purpose was to hold Zodiac, and there was absolutely nothing to be found here. Eventually, Heidelin gave us our first task: furnish the moon with propulsion systems capable of facilitating travel to other stars. It sounds impressive, and I suppose in some respects it is, but it was only possible thanks to all the knowledge Heidelin shared with us. We also had a lot of time to get it done. 6,000 years, give or take. But anyway, let's keep going. Is that the same conversation over there? It is the same one. This may come as a surprise, but we didn't begin building the habitable areas until after the propulsion systems were ready. Considering how long it took, I wish we'd started sooner. Who would have thought we'd need 4,000 years to make all this? It certainly wasn't work you dare rush either. We had to create infrastructure and countless supporting systems, some of which wouldn't be operational until hundreds of years later. And then there was that brief period where our productivity came to a screeching halt when that bizarre red satellite was sent up from Etheris, the Elegance Mischief, I think. We thought maybe some new nefarious actor was colluding with Zodiac. All we could do was stand by and brace ourselves for the worst. I can't tell you how relieved we were when Heidelin informed us of its destruction. Oh yes, there was much joyous humming that day. Another conversation. Emir says, look it up. Is it Leberkasse? It looks like meat. Certainly. Say, do you notice anything peculiar about the treetops? I mean, apart from the fact they're massive crystals and not trees. I'll give you a hint. It's golden rings emanating from the glowing spheres. Along with the device fixed near the ceiling, they fulfill a role similar to our sun, and do so better even. The sun and similar celestial objects in the great expanse radiate energy that is harmful to your bodies. These rings shield you from that energy while allowing you to bathe in the perfect amount of sunlight, or rather, a close approximation of it. Pretty impressive, wouldn't you say? Oh, and if you look closely, you'll see different types of trees have ever so slightly different curvature. Yes, indeed, this forest truly is the greatest. It's not a forest, Growing Way. It's not a forest. You could almost call it a cliffside, given how all the rocky formations. There was something else I wanted to tell you about. Oh, right. The propulsion systems and habitat facilities were completed around 2,000 years ago, and with that, the most important features were fit for purpose. Which was all well and good, except we still knew absolutely nothing about the present-day people of Etheris. Why not go and visit Etheris yourself, you might ask? Strictly forbidden. Were our technology or knowledge of the moon's true purpose exploited for evil ends, the results could be disastrous. Then there were a few more rejoinings, and it became increasingly difficult to converse with Heidelin. Fearful we might lose the ability to communicate with her altogether, we beseeched her to find people on Etheris we could trust to help. We were quite fortunate everything worked out as it did. It does look like some weird form of meatloaf. It's like a sausage. It's a very, very wide sausage. With the exception of routine inspections and maintenance, we remained asleep and waited, hopeful Heidelin would find someone who would help us. Eventually she did, and though her power was waning, we were able to speak to them directly for a short while. We shared with them everything we could, including our knowledge of the heavens and the means to travel here to the moon. They certainly didn't waste any time with what we taught them. No more than a few years after that, our collaborators found a means to convey messages and supplies to us from down below. With all the letters and books and other resources they sent, we learned enough to start making more meaningful changes to the moon. And now you're here, hopefully enjoying yourself as much as I am. I knew you would like Greatest Endwalker, I knew it. Thank you again for coming here, by the way. I know it was just a walk through the forest, but it meant a lot to me. There you are. I take it you've already received the grand tour. A shame we missed it. Someone from off screen says, "Growing Way, I've been looking all over for you." It was, of course, it was Living Way. Oh, is this about the teleporter to the residential area? No, never mind that. We have more pressing matters at hand. I will be calling an emergency meeting shortly, and your attendance is required. Really? I can't imagine why you'd need me there, but if you insist. We won't be away long, so you're all more than welcome to continue looking about the burrow. Now come along, Growing Way. Before we arrived, you seemed to be in the midst of a rousing conversation with your guide. Did you learn anything of import? They've spent 12,000 years preparing for this? With the appointed hour fast approaching, I can certainly understand their restlessness, but still. It remains to be seen if the people can be persuaded to evacuate when there are yet no signs of the final days. What's more, the technology of this place defies imagination. I doubt there are many who would readily come to terms with living in such surroundings. Whoever these collaborators are, unless they are possessed of the world's most charming personalities or means to forcibly evacuate people, they will meet with a great deal of resistance. Gee, I wonder who it is. Indeed, even if faced with annihilation, the decision to forsake all one knows cannot be made lightly. Forgive me, friends, but I must beg your leave. There's another matter which yet begs for mine attention. Of course, we can accompany you if you like. Nay, that will not be necessary, if you will excuse me. Curious. I think it's very interesting at this point that it's not obvious who their collaborators are. Their collaborators are people who Heidelin has spoken to. I can't remember. Do we know that they have spoken with Heidelin yet at this point? I feel like maybe we don't. Maybe that's why. And James says, now I'm getting hungry and I just ate. Piece of advice for anyone that hasn't gotten that far yet. You might not want to eat before doing any of the post-game stories of Endwalker, because it feels like, weirdly, a majority of them all include some weirdly elaborate eating scene where they eat something really awesome looking. So might as well, like, have space for something to eat, because you are going to get hungry anyway. It is clear now that difficult decisions lie ahead of us. Preparation for the evacuation of Etheirys is indeed crucial, but I'm not yet willing to forsake our world and its reflections, and I trust I'm not alone in my reticence. Whoops, wrong person. Back to old tricks. Did Urianger seem strange to you? More so than usual, I mean. I know he has a penchant for keeping his own counsel, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. Would you go and see if he's alright? Y'shtola and I will remain here and see what else we can learn about the final days. If you hurry, perhaps we can catch up to him. You can catch up to him. The scenes with pizza slices and hamburgers next to a salad bowl are funny. And Ymir says, why do we never eat in cutscenes? I think maybe the argument is that if your character eats or obviously drinks anything, then
the developers have decided your character is willing to do something specific. Like, for example, if your character eats a burger, then either you have to, like, if you the player character, like the actual player behind the character is like, I don't know, a vegetarian, for example, and you are like, no, my character's actually a vegetarian, then the only options at that very moment is, oh, well, that's okay, it's like one of those Beyond Meat burgers or something, so it's not, like, exactly, it's a veggie patty, so it's fine. Or the developers can just completely avoid that concern entirely by going, oh, well, the player character eats off screen. We drink one time and then are drugged. True. Good point. Maybe the player has just decided they will not eat anything they didn't prepare themselves after that disaster. It's not explicitly said that Sharnians spoke to Heidelin, but there are hints towards it. Oh, okay. Like, at the point we are in the story right now, it's kind of like muddling together where exactly we are in the story. Urianger appears to be heading towards the entrance to Bestway's Burrow. Exactly, points at the anti-tower. Yeah, I believe the hint is... What's it? Was it Y'shtola that said, you saw something there, didn't you? Or they saw something there. And the anti-tower was specifically made to do something specific. Urianger always doing something shady. Yeah. It's funny how everyone gets drawn to his personality. Oh, that guy, he speaks in a funny way. We can probably trust him with all of our secrets. Is this like the 5th to 7th time he's being shady? I can't remember how many times. Who dresses like a twig? I mean, I like his getup. Pretty nice. Urianger ventures off into Mare Lamentorum for reasons unknown. You must tread carefully, else he might sense your presence. Let's see. What espionage does he do in A Realm Reborn? Follow Urianger from a safe distance. Oh, this. Now, watch me converse about when Urianger has done espionage stuff and then mess this up. I'm not so sure what I'm supposed to hide behind right now. Like, at all. There's nothing to hide behind. Like, there's a few rocks here, but I'm pretty sure those don't count. In AR, Urianger already gave us a shady impression. That is true. He seemed very shady, but I don't believe he was actively doing anything shady. He was just strange compared to the rest of the Scions, right? In Heavensward, he literally double agent it up with an Ascian and his evil plan with the Warriors of Darkness. In Stormblood, I can't remember what he did. In Shadowbringers, he was like collaborating with the Exarch. He knew a lot of things that the rest of the Scions were not privy to. I hope this one counts. And now he's doing this. So I'm not sure what he did in A Realm Reborn and in Stormblood, aside from just being kinda shady and strange. Yeah, I had a feeling. I had a feeling in my heart. You just see the rock. It's like the game going, hide behind this. Don't run, Urianger. Whew. First try. It was the hood that he put in the entire time. He's just socially awkward. He's just a socially awkward book nerd. That is true. He just seems strange next to everyone else.
Thine arrival is timely as ever. Thou didst chance to overhear my conversation with Living Way, I presume? 'Twas not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless, I have been asked to do that and more yet again. Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? My capacity for silence and secrecy and duplicity? When Grahatir did contrive to deliver the first at the price of his own life, I was complicit in the scheme. A sacrifice averted for a mercy. Would that I could say the same for Menphilia. One life for one world. And by that bloody bargain brokered by my hand were the scions robbed of a dear comrade, and Flamine her beloved daughter.
Wait, what? Was Urianger behind the stuff that happened in the Realm Reborn? How? What? When? How? Huh? I don't remember this. What? I don't remember this. He's basically saying that that time when we lost Menphilia was his fault. In 3.4. Oh, he was talking about the Warriors of Darkness arc. Right. Right.
Two souls, whose selflessness was beyond measure, whose resolve was unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest. But protest I did not. Far from it. I pushed them forward. No effort did I make to seek out alternatives, ones that would not demand such terrible costs. That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind, as does the memory of another lost to mine inaction. Dearest Moonbringer, who did face death unflinching, that we might secure a means to bring low the Ascients. In her hour of need, I did naught. Dutiful disciple of Louisoix, ever looking to the greater good. Had I shut mine eyes and bid her live instead, mayhap she would be with us today. Selfish wants born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice. Mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation.
Just a moment. That weird sound you heard was something from BattleNet, and closing that just completely. It's very annoying.
The calamity of Amarot was a tragedy beyond reckoning. One which must never again come to pass. thus must we struggle, haunted by ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save. But what of those we cannot? How do we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity?
Sometimes there is no right answer. Have faith in yourself and your decisions. Take heart and protect well those you can. Would that we had time to weigh the costs. I think the middle one is the best one. Faith in yourself and your decisions. Take heart and protect well those you can.
Sage counsel indeed. I see. Wisdom as befits a great worm. Curious that he should think thee in need of such encouragement. Strange. Scarcely can I remember when last we spoke alone, and so candidly. I thank thee. For all my supposed skill with words, I find it difficult to express such private thoughts. As for the Loporrit's proposition, I will take time and consider how to respond.
Exactly, he didn't actually tell them yes.
It would be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers. A concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf. To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed. But we cannot move forward ere we take that bold first step. A lesson I have learned many times before. And today.
What are they saying? Curse these ears! I've had bugger all!
With those giant ears?
No matter. We've got our plans.
James says maybe the Moonbreeder thing drove him to the point of this. I think maybe it was the start of it, but it has all like... I think maybe the part with Grahatia was what like drove him to this point. Because like as you see, he's kept doing it. And now he's like going, maybe I shouldn't. Whereas before he just kind of did it, right? Just went for it. In truth, my reason for traveling hither was to effect a plan of mine own, a plan which may pave a way forward for us all. May, I say, for there's no guarantee of success, just the reason I set out alone, that failure, should it come, would be mine to bear alone. Yet thou standest before me with a proffered hand and open heart. It would be remiss of me to refuse thy amity, and so I ask, wouldst thou join in mine endeavour? Also have shoes, apparently. I thank thee for accompanying me. 'Tis a simple plan, in truth. We shall not be long away from Bestway's burrow. Difficult decisions must needs be made in the coming days, but I nevertheless believe we are all of one mind in our desire to save the people of Aetheris. To make clear our resolve to the Loporrits, I would offer them a gift, but its making doth require a most singular ingredient. One ingredient. It's over here, apparently. Munch. Delicious. Oh. Ah, an abundance of Zbongoi. Excellent. The chance to spy this aggregation when crossing Zodiac's erstwhile prison. Using a spell taught to me by the Numo, I believe these shall suffice for the gift I would fashion. The magic requireth considerable concentration, however. Might I prevail upon thee to stand watch whilst I perform the incantation? Of course. Weirdly, when you start casting something, it attracts enemies. For unexplainable reasons. Or more. Take this. And this. And this. Wham! Our first chance at using our level 90 action. Behold! Combat. Only 2 hours into the stream. Behold! Combat. It is funny, every time I finally have to fight something on these Smol Caetsu streams, I'm always like, oh right, I'm playing a Dragoon. Surveying the nearby area, you see no sign of potential threats. This would be a good opportunity to see how Urianger is faring. He's just dead. You only protected me from one side. Urianger remains fixated on his work. There, 'tis done. A magic ink, every ounce as efficacious as that crafted by the Numao. Rare as the occasion I would conjure mine own, but is nevertheless a most useful skill. The resulting product is, admittedly, possessed of no preternatural properties, but its hue is one of mine own choosing, which I pray the Loporrits will appreciate. I think this is living way.
Caetsu, Urianger, oh thank goodness. I thought you had been eaten or had perhaps fallen into a crater. Y'shtola has been looking all over for you, Caetsu. She says she needs to speak with you about something most urgent. Dire even. Oh yeah, I'm sure. She was also quite clear that she wishes to speak with Caetsu alone. Which means I'm afraid you must stay behind, Urianger. But worry not, it just so happens we need your help with an errand, delivering a package from the Watcher's Palace to Bestway's Barrow. It's quite large and heavy, perhaps even too heavy for we poor Loporrits, and we would be ever so grateful if you could lend us a hand.
Well, I suppose I should be going then. That's convenient. Suspiciously convenient. How about an extra pair of hands before I go and meet with Y'shtola? I think the suspiciously convenient one is the one for us.
Are you insinuating I would betray the trust of Heidelland's Chosen? Or worse, do anything to risk getting on Y'shtola's bad side? A little bit. She's clearly not one to be crossed, nor made to wait. Now, off with you.
Worry not, Caetsu. I shan't be long. Such a weird quest. Strange, weird quest. Imitation 100. Oh boy. Oops. I needed like a goofy scream for that one. That's true, James. Urianger, after seeing how many times just rolling with it and choosing whatever risky option his friends decide to go with, he's reached the point where he would rather try and figure out a better option himself rather than just letting things go as they may go. Ow. Carrots. It's what's for dinner. It's also what's for lunch and breakfast. And brunch. It's just all carrots. If you need a midnight snack, guess what? Carrots. Moping Way.
Are there truly more of your kind coming? I'd rather not be doing all this work for nothing, you know.
And onwards we go.
Oh, Caetsu, we thought you would be away for far longer. A dire emergency? I said no such thing. But as you are here, I could use your assistance with one small matter. Runningway, a companion of Growing Ways, apparently has much to tell us of the final days. The problem, however, is that he is determined to live up to his name, refusing to stay still long enough for us to hold a conversation.
Is there anywhere he's likely to stop and rest, or perhaps there's a way to slow him down?
What's the rush? I was thinking we should wait here, maybe enjoy a cold mug of carrot juice and... No? Well, if it's really that important, you can try using these balls of moose flesh. Not to be confused with the other thing. Runningway's other notable feature is his incessant chatter, so you'll have no trouble finding him in a crowd, and when you do, try lobbing your balls at him.
My what?
Crude, but if it proves effective. He was here in Greatest Endsvale when last I saw him. Let us split up and find him.
The rock meme. Search your surroundings for Runningway. You may move the area, that one. Throw the ball!
Ow, that's smart. If this was meant to be a joke, it isn't funny.
First Lopritz that speaks and also runs. That's the one.
Yes, I'm Runningway. Do you mind explaining why you hit me in the face with your balls of moose flesh? I'm highly knowledgeable about the final days. I'm highly knowledgeable about the final days? That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard since I woke up. Who told you that joke? As we've got time to look into the final days when there's so much to do before the Great Voyage. It's true that Heidelin did impart to us some knowledge of the event, but I know about as much as any other Loprit around here. Less, probably. I don't know why anyone would think it's funny to go around telling people I'm an expert, but they'd better hope I don't get my paws on them. Sorry I couldn't be of more help, but if there's nothing else, I've work to do. And I'm off.
And he's off to the races. Suspicious. Very, very suspicious. Hey, Growing Way, guess who's a liar, pants on fire? Hello?
Oh no, you caught him? I mean, well done, you.
I know, right? I'm pretty awesome. Get the blue shell.
I could find neither hide nor hair of him. How did you fare?
I found him. He knows nothing.
So he knows no more than the others. Care to explain yourself, Growing Way? Well, you see, I misremembered. Yes, that's it. Misremembered. Terribly sorry about that. Afraid I'm drawing a blank, though. Try as I might, I can't remember who I was thinking of.
On an unrelated note, what of Urianger? I assume you spoke with him earlier, but did he say when he'll be returning?
On his way to the Watcher's Palace with Living Way. Between Growing Way's sudden lapse of memory and our lack of other leads, maybe our time would be better spent lending Urianger a hand.
What? Now hold on a minute.
It's all coming back to me. Yes, I remember.
Oh, do you?
The information you're looking for is in the archives. Yes, that's where you'll find all sorts of useful knowledge, including that pertaining to the final days.
Yeah, we know, the Watcher's Palace archives.
And also have a pair of gloves for some reason. Oh boy. Heard of the matter. Oh, what to do. I promised Livingway I would help, but...
Oh, look, an ether current.
No, I promised I'd help, so that's what I'll do. The archives are on the second floor of the main plaza, the eastern wing. Follow me.
And then he ran off.
I suspect the Loprids are up to something, but if there's aught to be learned from the final days, I think it best we play along. For now, at least.
An ether current. Time to fight the bunnies. Mortal Kombat! Don't show Coco. Oh boy. It's going to get wild the day that Coco reaches this point in the story, isn't it? That's going to be an incredible day. Although they might not be too surprised of the existence of Loprids. Given that sometimes Coco visits my house on my main, and my house happens to have Loprid vendors. Although I suppose with no context, that is kind of irrelevant. How is it? Which one is it, the one that teleports us upstairs? Now, see, or is it just use the etherite? I don't think it is. It is not. Normally, I just do the run around because I can't be bothered to figure it out. But I feel like maybe this is the time to try and figure it out. There it is. Like, on my main, I don't even use the fast travel from the Aetherite to the the tribe quest area. I just fly there because I can't be bothered to click those things. It's just I don't mind the flight. He says this is the archive. Isn't that just a closed room they didn't use for anything? I thought we learned that with the tribe quests. Oh, that one is at least a room they didn't use for anything. The archives are right through this door, but it seems to be locked. I guess we'll just have to go and find whoever has the key. Growing way. Enough. If you have naught else to tell us of the final days, you need only say so. We can ill afford to be wasting time here, as you well know. Did you yourselves not tell us we must act quickly? Yes, we did, but the moon was to be a perfect paradise for the people of Etheris, and we're running out of time to make everything ready for their arrival. We hoped you'd see the wonders we have to offer, but you found nothing but faults and flaws in our work. Only one of you saw our potential, so you others must be kept here. Ah, so that's Livingway's game. Run us about in circles and, failing that, lock us away so we can't put the plan at risk. Everyone except Urianger. He understands what is at stake, what must be done. I fear you've misjudged us, Growingway. Never have we decried the notion of using the moon as a means of escape. That said, my heart breaks at the thought of abandoning Etheris and her reflections to their doom. If there is a way to avert the final days, I wish to find it. We all do. We may fail, but our efforts would never be at the expense of your plans. But why would you take that risk? There's no room for ifs and maybes now. The people of Etheris will escape here to the moon. They'll be safe, and we'll finally get to see all their happy, smiling faces.
I'm sorry, but we can't let you leave. We just can't. Do what you must, but try not to hurt them. I'll be back in a moment. Don't do anything rash while I'm gone.
You're going to be fighting us. You're going to be fighting the Warrior of Light, you know. If we dally, they'll overwhelm us with sheer numbers. I say we knock these ones out, split up, and make our way to the exit. Agreed. Let us reconvene where Argos awaits outside. You are under attack! I mean, they don't know that. That is true. They have... well, actually... didn't they... Well, I don't know, actually. Hey, Ralu. It's been a while. This part of the story is insane. It is quite wild, this part. Fire and Moonstone. Wham! And then we go and find your Stola. You're right. They don't. Technically they don't know that this is Heideland's chosen. That they've decided to bar from escaping. Also, what was the next step in their plan? Let's lock you up. And then, what are you going to do when you try to show other people around the moon? They're going to see that literally one of their heroes, multiple of their world's heroes, were trapped here because we had the gall to dislike their things. That is sure to leave a good impression, right? Good, you're here. We must hurry to the Watcher's Palace and find Urianger.
And what, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here. The time has come for you to return to Etheris and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
Forgive me, Living Way, but I cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
Huh? But what about the final days? The death and the doom? Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late.
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
Oh, bugger!
Be at ease. They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand your purpose?
I would like to point out that I have a little bit of a grudge considering you tried to trap us. Just a little bit.
For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction. An arduous feat by any measure. 'Tis clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
Names are an expression of the self, a declaration of one's hopes and aspirations.
Is it?
Your use of contemporary, uncomplicated nomenclature doth ensure clarity of purpose. There can be no doubt that your love for the people of Aetheris is boundless and pure.
Yes! Yes! A most mellifluous phrasing! We Loperids were born of Heideland's love for Aetheris. That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming with life and possibilities. For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly, to serve and serve well. That goes for all of us, don't you see? So help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them safe. If there's anything wrong with what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
And if you have anything to say on the matter, we'll throw you in jail.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men and your own kin besides. Singing Way, thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Aetheris are beyond counting, and span the length and breadth of emotion. Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star. Many have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend, I do not think we've met.
Record scratch. What?
My name is Puddingway.
Puddingway? Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance, I'm sure. But one perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words.
Puddingway is like the best Loprid in the game.
A judicious application of fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate. And Living Way. 'Tis no easy feat to convey the significance of thy moniker. When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What doth it mean to live? After much contemplation, she proffered this answer. The anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson. The wish that a new acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
I want to understand, but
I, too, still labor to find mine own answer. 'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. For thee. Ink as blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it. The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do what is right in due course. Until they do, I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Living Way's compendium. An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements and renovations. But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
There you have it. I shall remain with the Loporrits to ensure that all is in order.
What? Can you speak a bit louder, Yurianje? I don't know why we're standing all the way over here, but can you, like, a little louder, please? Like, we're all the way... You could yell. Like, just speaking casually isn't going to work when you... I don't know why we're all the way over here, but you told us to... Like, you did that motion thing, so we stopped. Speak louder, man.
Though we must needs prepare for every eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a last resort. To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's, of all reflections, and the souls that call them home. Which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last, that such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Aye, thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind, if being the operative term.
Hmm. Oh yeah, I'm here too. That flower. How came it into your possession? Oh, very like her. Guided by its light, you may come to know her true intentions, intentions which remain a mystery even to us. In our time, we called it Elpis. You would do well to remember the name.
I hate to interrupt, but I feel like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
Think nothing of it. We haven't been the most gracious of guests. Do convey our apologies to Growingway and the others.
But of course! And when next we welcome more guests from Aetheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts. Oh, and circling back to the matter of inappropriate secrecy, we ought to discuss our benefactors.
Agreed. The Charleyan Forum, yes?
Surprise!
What? How did you know?
The more I heard, the more obvious it became. The Forum's aims align closely with those of your anonymous patrons. A telling coincidence would be an understatement. Though had we not taken it upon ourselves to peruse certain restricted tones in Labyrinthos, we might still be unaware of their plans. But let us continue this discussion upon our return. I dare say we have kept Alphino and the others waiting long enough.
It's finally time to come home from vacation. Surely nothing bad happened while we were away. Oh, and just to catch up a little bit on chat, I can't remember who said, who asked. I think it might have been Ymir, but someone said, "How did?" Yeah, Ymir said, "How is Thancred an Archon?" And what did he study? And Kasadi mentioned that Urianger is Kasadi's favorite character. And that is, I think also Urianger might be one of my favorite characters. Surprisingly, he has been like one of my favorite characters for a long time. Even back when he was really strange, I feel like he was still someone that I really liked in a way. I'm actually not sure. I can't remember. I think they mentioned what Thancred did to, like, what he studied, but I can't actually remember. And Ymir also said, what does Chel Ymir mean? What does Caetsu Chaiji mean? So there is... I think what Urianger actually meant by that was a little bit more vague. What he clarified was that the choice of names of the Loprits, where they wanted to be super clear in their purpose, such that the people of Etheris understood what they did. Not too complex names, and then they explain what they want to do with their life, effectively with their names. I think I've mentioned this very briefly on stream before, but both Caetsu and Chaiji are names where I specifically chose the names such that the first 3 to 4 letters are not words that you would normally use. Because in most gaming situations, if you're communicating through text, you're not going to be called upon by your full name. Ever. It's going to be like the first 3 or 4 letters of your name. And the only advantage in having a longer name is that if someone else has the same 3 or 4 letters as their name, then you can tell the difference. But Kai and Cha, or Chai as it often became, are unique enough that I would never mistake someone saying random stuff for them calling my name. And that does say something about how I like to name myself, right? Where is this stars blasted pudding? Where's the pudding? It was a relief to see Livingway was pleased with my gift of ink. To serve and serve well. Though their knowledge may be lacking, their boundless love is a blessing without peer. It will be no easy task to prepare them for what must needs be done, but gladly do I embrace this duty, even if it does necessitate that we part ways for a time. Forgive me my absence, but I have the utmost faith in you, in all our fellow science, When next I return to Etheris, I pray I find you all in good health and good spirits. Ymir says, I wish we went by Azem in the post-game. Well, you have to remember that Azem is a name of a seat, like, of the ancients. The only reason we call the Ascians by those names is because they choose to introduce themselves thusly. It would be weird if we started calling the Warrior of Light Azem. We haven't entirely taken her role. You have to remember that we never started doing Ascian things. We just happened to have been granted some of her power. And even if we have taken her seat, or his seat, if you're a guy, right? Or actually, it doesn't even matter. We have taken Azem, the genderless, possibly, seat, but we have only done so in the effect that we employ the same strategies and styles as he or she or it does. But that's irrelevant, because the ancients are gone. The ancients are gone, Ymir. The seat Emet-Selk is no more. The seat Elidibus is no more. The seat Fandaniel is no more. The seat Lahabrea is no more. And thus the seat Azem is irrelevant. Ilana says, Thancred studied intelligence gathering and infiltration according to his tales from the shadows. Ah, there you go. Interesting subject of study. Oh yeah, I studied to become a spy, basically. With the Lobrits in Urianji's capable hands, we needn't worry about affairs here in our absence. Knowing now the face of their earthly collaborators, there's much to discuss with Alphinaud and the others. Let us return to the Tower of Babel. Our battle for the star will soon begin in earnest, and we must be prepared. Well, the thing is that the player character has sort of multiple fake names. We are technically both Asim, Artbird, and I believe this nickname is more popular in Japan, but I'm pretty sure that the character shown in the trailers and such, the player character that happens to look exactly like Artbird, by the way, I believe that they often call that guy Meteor or something like that. So all those names could work. Now, the solution they've come up with is that in any voiced cutscene where your name comes up, they will say either a title or a different nickname, but they will not be forced to say your actual name, because that would be impossible. Wait. Okay, just needed to be sure. Now, I sure hope nothing's gone wrong while we've been away. Everything looks fine here. Gods, I can't scarcely believe we went to the moon and back. But we'll have time to reflect on that later. Right now, we need to head back to Camp Broken Glass and deliver a thoroughly detailed report to Lucia. I'd like very much to know how everyone is getting on here as well. They'd only just begun to treat the tempered prisoners when we left. I share your curiosity, but warning our allies of the final days is of greater importance. I speak not only of the contingent, of course. The heads of state of every nation must know what we have learned. We know not when or where or in what manner the final days will begin to manifest, and so we must see that everyone is prepared. Agreed, though we may wish to stress the importance of discretion, lest the public be sent into a panic. Not that anyone in a position of responsibility should need to be told as much, but it bears repeating. Anyways, first things first, to Camp Broken Glass. That is true, Ymir, but the thing is that there are also a massive amount of people that don't know what our name is. So it isn't that particularly important, and besides, in the post-game, we are in a universe, or in a world, where for the most part everyone's on our side, right? So we don't need to use a fake name. It's good to see you all again. No worse for your lunar adventure, I hope. We've done what we can for now, and believe me, we intend to tell you all about it. But before we do, why do you tell us what's become of Garlemald in our absence? We've succeeded in subduing the Tempered inside the Tower of Babel. We took many alive, but combined with those who were already in our custody, the number requiring care has grown exponentially. The inclement conditions here have made it difficult. The inclement conditions here have made it difficult, if not impossible, to treat them all here, and so we have petitioned the aid of the allied nations. Some are, understandably, hesitant to proffer assistance, particularly those that were but recently subject to imperial occupation. That said, several others have agreed to grant them refuge for treatment. With the assistance of your fellow scions, we endeavor to see them safely transported and subsequently cured of their tempering. Will all the tempered be relocated? Not all, no. We have sufficient shelter to attend to those whose treatment has begun, and enough healers have volunteered to remain until their patients have recovered. Jullus is one such patient, though he is not yet fit to receive visitors. Truth be told, it was a miracle he and those in his company were not harmed in the chaos. If not for Alphinaud and Alizé's timely assistance, I dare say none of them would be with us today. In light of recent developments, have the Alliance leaders come to any decisions regarding Garlemald? Given the tremendous ramifications of what has happened here, it will take time to determine what must be done. In the meantime, they intend to work with the Eastern Alliance to keep a close watch over the provinces. We have other news to share. Shortly after Anima was defeated, we received reports that each and every tower has vanished. We have other news to share. Shortly after Anima was defeated, we received reports that each and every tower has vanished. For Mercy, the process was apparently not quite as violent as that you experienced in Thavnir. Those who were trapped within them have been rescued and are receiving treatment. To hasten this endeavor, the Beast Tribes have received instruction in the magics needed to cure tempering. Master Matoya is no doubt thrilled the Mother Porxia affords us so many visitors. Yes, we are grateful for her ongoing efforts, as well as of those of our comrades near and far. As for the contingent, several of our members have been granted leave to return to their homelands after the transfer of Temperate has been completed. Zia and I will remain, along with a small force to continue offering aid to those here in Garlemald. The Empire may be no more, but there are yet those who call these lands home. I believe that accounts for recent events here, so what of the Moon and the Tlufroi? The Tlufroi are dead! And also we found bunnies! Bunny, 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 bunny. The final days. Gods, I prayed your victory would mark the end of our troubles. There's still much we do not know, but the Alliance leaders must be told. Would you be willing to contact them in our stead? Yes, of course. I will send word forthwith. We'll also release your fellow Scions from their present duties, that they may return to Sharlayan. Your energies are better spent finding a means to avert the coming apocalypse. Speaking of your fellow Scions, you will be happy to hear that Mistress Kryl, though still on the mend, has been moved to the Baldesian Annex and given into Tataru's care. Thank you. I look forward to seeing them both upon our return. Let us be on our way then. One last thing, if I may. After your confrontation with Zodiac, you said Xenos took his leave. And in all likelihood he has returned here to Garlemald. I have a mind to dispatch scouts to try and ascertain his whereabouts, but first wish to ask if you believe there is merit in doing so. If they found him, they would not likely live to tell the tale. If you're expecting a trail of destruction to follow, you won't find one. An admirable but futile endeavor. It's the second one. Aye, you're the only foe he considers worthy. And even if my men found him, who but you could even hope to bring low that monster? Pray forget I entertained the notion. While on the subject of Xenos, the 10th Legion has made an official proclamation. They denounced the Crown Prince and condemned his role in the Empire's downfall. His very title has become a source of shame among his former subjects, and its continued use serves only to hinder relations with foreign nations. For this reason, he has been declared Xenos Vaeter Galbus, outcast and enemy of Garlemald. Oh. Van Daniel is no more, and now his own people turn against him. It seems he's naught but his bloodlust to keep him company. That might not be a good thing. Better that than an army to see it sated. At any rate, I will not keep you longer. I pray you safe passage back to Sharlayan. Back we go to Sharlayan. Back to Sharlayan. Well, everything looks fine here. Nice pink outfit.
Welcome back, Kaitsu. We were so terribly worried about you. Though it is plain I have caused my own fair share of worry, and for that I apologize. Eidolon called to me that day when you entered the Tower of Babel. Her pleas were faint but desperate, and I knew at once she required a vessel to carry out her will. What came after feels like a dream barely remembered, my body flowing through the live stream toward Garlemald. When I regained consciousness, I was all aches and frostbite, exhausted of ether. So exhausted, in fact, I could only laugh, for it was in that moment I understood Raha's weariness from the Tower of Zod. Would that I could laugh at a time like this. Though we prevented Zodiac from being unleashed upon the world, I'm curious to know what else took place there on the moon. Perhaps we should wait for the others to join us before we give you an account. Let us reconvene in the main hall once they've arrived.
What do you mean, Ymir? The dungeon is coming up really shortly. Surprisingly shortly. Mm-hmm.
Sorry to have kept you all waiting. Not at all. We understand you've been quite busy. Will Urianger be joining us?
He's talking with bunnies. Duty keeps him away, I'm afraid, though Kaitsu can explain why better than I. If you want to join for the dungeon, it might not be a bad idea, although there might be might still be a few minutes before we're on the way. But we will do the dungeon tonight.
The final days, as befell Amarot.
And we are to escape via the moon? What of the source and its reflections? I've no intention of standing by while the world falls to ruin. So, how do we stop this?
Unfortunately, we have no answer at present. If the celestial currents have grown stagnant, as was the case in the time of Amarod, the solution would be to alter the flow of ether throughout the entirety of the star. The ancients accomplished this by summoning Zodiac, sacrificing half the star's population in the doing, but it should go without saying that such a sacrifice cannot be repeated. Which leaves us with the daunting task of identifying the underlying catalyst for the final days. A feat which even the Amarotines could not accomplish. Unfortunately, we found no clues in Mare Lamentorum. There's still much we do not know about the catastrophe itself, let alone what may have caused it. The final days were marked by the corruption of the Amarotines' creation magics, but we command no such power, which invites the question, what havoc is in store for us?
Oh, it's going to be a lot worse, Alphino.
If we knew that much, perhaps we could draw some parallel with the events of the past, and thereby form some semblance of a plan. Perhaps we should start with the Forum then. Having worked with the Loprids in secret all this time, there's surely more they can tell us.
Forgive the interruption, but I've urgent news. The Forum is holding a public assembly in the plaza outside, some sort of announcement.
What is Father up to now? There's only one way to find out.
Join the public assembly.
Mm-hmm.
Order, I say.
You could have said that a bit louder, mate.
I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Sharlayan, nay, of this very star. Said affairs concern all citizens, and so we have called for a public assembly. You may have heard rumors of the Telophoroi and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, are another matter altogether.
That is a very late reaction. He said "reek" as if the Telophoroi are still doing it.
For we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The Endbearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
I've never heard this prophecy.
Is it true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. The time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. But first...
Give voice to the voiceless. Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Can you, Master Lavier, explain why we just dispelled our road to 80 buffs?
Very well. "270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea. This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret. What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself. She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared. The moon. 'Tis in truth a gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children and deliver them from this doom. Much like Nunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge, not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago. Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the great exodus. For his impressive contributions, and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, we have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen,
We face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Sharlayan has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a close.
Oh yeah, the world is going to end, but go back to work, I suppose.
Do you remember what Mother told us when we visited home? That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit. Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave.
Keep it civil, eh?
I may look daggers at him, but I will neither speak nor draw them.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Sharlayan, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome, nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence.
Okay, Louisoire.
This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done. That we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
Bold words call for bold action. And there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
True.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested. Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
Shall we then? To the annex. To prepare for tomorrow.
To be fair, Smol Kai did basically go and sleep for a week after beating Zodiac. Right, I will be right back, and then we will continue the story. And this manatee will keep you company while I'm away. Gilano says, new cult alert. This is Manatee Chaiji channel now. This is very cute, isn't it? And I see Emi is already here. We will be doing the quest shortly. I'll make sure to invite you when we get to the dungeon stuff. Don't you worry, but I don't remember if there's like a solo duty or something beforehand. So just to be on the safe side, I will just wait with doing invites until we are there. Krile tells me the forum made a rather momentous announcement, so there's to be a great exodus, is there? I'm reminded of my narrow escape from the Isle of Val, the realization, the rotting, the mixture of relief and regret after... Why me? I asked myself. Why me? Why us? Why now? Why wonder? There's no use fretting over the cosmic morality or lack thereof. We're here, and we'll get through this together. And who knows, maybe my luck will rub off and grant everyone a narrow escape. There's no harm in praying for as much. Oh, but enough of my rambling. I'm sure you're exhausted. Your chamber awaits. Oh boy. And have a hat for some reason. Oh dear. A visitor's come knocking at your door. Whoever could it be? There are 6 choices. Anyone want to give an input on who we should talk with now? If I remember correctly, I think I chose Grahatia on Small Dragon Kai, but I'm not entirely sure. I can even remember. Any preferences? I would make a vote. I would make a vote, but I can actually only put 4 choices at most, and there are 6 choices. So, if you have an input, we can do that. I'll give it a little bit. I know it's a very, very special quest. Ymir says Alphino. No one else has any input? No preference? Greensfield says, I did Y'shtola. Oh. I can also just add some to a vote if people are more comfortable with doing it that way. If I remember correctly, the Estinian one is quite special as well. And I'm pretty sure I did the Grahatia one. So how about we do it this way? I have decided that Alice and Grahatia are not the ones we choose. Because we see those 2 fawn over us all the time anyway, so... And the person on the other side of the door is like, man, she is really taking her time getting to the door. That's insane. It's because of the small legs. True. Like, waking up from the bed like, oh, so tired. And then, like, waddles over through the entire gigantic room. That does make sense, doesn't it? But yeah, the reason why I know that the dungeon is coming up is because, like, I have a list of quest names so that I have an idea of when the dungeon is coming up, so that, for instance, I don't end a stream like like so that I can adjust the stream so that we don't end at an awkward spot or something like that. It's not come up much, but it's very convenient to know if like, oh, the dungeon is coming up in one quest or something like that, so that I can warn people a little bit ahead of time. So I have written a list of the quest names. The quest names themselves often don't say very much. And for the most part, they're no more than me going, oh yeah, I remember that. So it's not like a huge spoiler for me. Right. It seems that it will be Alphino then. Toot. Waddle waddle.
Ah, I hope I didn't wake you. I pray you will forgive the unannounced visit, but I wish to speak with you before retiring for the night. About Garlemald, and the time we spent with the people of Tertium. Dangerous though it was, I'm glad we had the opportunity to treat with Eulus and Quintus. I was worried what might happen after we were collared. If they attempted to restrain you too. If they succeeded. Once more, I put you in harm's way, and for that I must apologize. Or rather, I should thank you for trusting in me time and time again. After all our journeys together, I dare say I've used every expression imaginable to convey to you my gratitude. Nevertheless, I hope these words of mine still carry some small weight. Tomorrow, our fight continues. Mayhap it would have been better to seek you out after we have true cause for celebration. But having mustered the courage to stand up to Father and achieve a personal victory of sorts, I wanted to carry on in that spirit before my nerves got the better of me. The hour grows late, and you doubtless tire of my ramblings. I have a letter for Orenvold to finish, but we'll be off to bed shortly. Sleep well.
As I recall, you can, in your room like this, watch all of these scenes play out as you wish. Without needing to do all the New Game Plus stuff again. A short while earlier, in the Alamegan Quarter. Oh no.
Thank the gods that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
Thank the Ilsebar contingent, more like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald and toppled the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
Aye, I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum too. But is it true they brought back tempered Garlean soldiers?
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
I see. Well, that's a relief then. I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot, but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Won't need to think about it for a while yet. They're to be looked after in Alagana for the time being.
Meanwhile, in Ishgard.
Another day, another commission of paramount importance. Oh, what have we here? Hey, are you all right? Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more. The towers are gone, and the Garlean threat is abated. And yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
Yeah, I wonder, Ironville. Sure wonder. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And it starts there. I sure wonder why. Higher. Oh yeah, that's true. The main quest stuff achievements from Endwalker are basically spelling out a very specific passage of the Endwalker theme. Which means, I suppose, that the next achievement is going to be Oh Higher. Random head pats. That is always fun. A benefit of being a Lalafell, I suppose. Hey, that's out. Oh boy.
Oh, Caetsu, I was just about to call for you. I'm afraid we've received another call for assistance. This one comes from Ratsathan. The others have assembled in the main hall to discuss the situation. You must join them at once.
You've overslept. On account of beating Zodiac.
There you are.
Our worst fears have come to pass, but moments ago we received grim tidings from our contact in Ratsatan. Vile beasts have appeared as if out of nowhere, claiming one victim after the next. What's more, they say the very sky burns above them. Uh-oh. Good gods! Are the final days already upon us?
It would appear so. Sadly, that is all the information we have at present. No doubt the people of Ratsatan are busy fighting for their lives. Then we must go at once. They need our help.
Agreed. Kryl, you'd best remain here with Satara and gather what knowledge you can. You are in no condition for a long journey, I imagine.
Very well. Similar phenomena may have been observed elsewhere, and if so, we must know about it at once.
You look cheerful.
Be safe out there, yes? Let us make first for Jedlimard. We must prepare ourselves for what may lie ahead. Yeah, this part of the story is really scary. Gilana says, I won't be able to join for the dungeon. That's alright.
And
It is
lo,
optional.
vile beasts did rise.
It is optional.
Leaving naught in their wake but blood and ash. Sun scorches earth and boils seas. And our sins ascend unto the heavens. 3 dooms to unmake all we were.
Oops.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
My friends, I trust you have heard the news.
We have. What can you tell us of the situation, Your Excellency?
Last night, the Isle was rocked by tremors, and the earth itself cried out. Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage. No. To say they came forth would be inexact. The people of Radzat-Han themselves transformed into these baleful fiends. Though the phenomenon was observed throughout our lands, the first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city. Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly abominations. The people decry them as blasphemies. The large one's rampage has since taken it to the northern reaches of the island. I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
And what of Vritra?
Vritra too makes for the north of his own accord, and yet he knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people. I pray his boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
Oh no.
Understood. I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude. Our regiments approach the north from several directions, with a number of units set to depart from the docks of Jedlimard. They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
Oof.
We're as prepared as we'll ever be. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly, Kosari. If I remember correctly, some of my friends actually genuinely had to like stop for a little bit when they got to this point. It was too much. And it was certainly scary for me too. More overwhelming in a way than In From the Cold. Everyone has assembled, yes? I thank you for lending us your aid in our battle against the blasphemy. Let us review our plan of attack. I would have you board this boat and circle around to the north side of the island. There you will find a dense jungle we call Vanaspati. It is a sacred wood, home to many temples and a number of villages. Vitra and the Radiant Host have gone there ahead of us. I ask that you join them, and do all in your power to destroy this blasphemy. Bam! Vanaspati. So right, as usual, if you would like to come along for this dungeon, it would be a good idea to make your way to... Oh! I think we already have a party then. You're just hanging out around here. I happen to know Sip is also coming, so... That was easy! That was very quick. Thank you for standing at the ready. And that was also a very funny surprise. You're just standing like, oh yep, ready to fight after the cutscene. Very impressive. You weren't there a moment ago as far as I know. You just swoop in from each side as we get ready. Very nice. Very nice savage mount. I'm Mary Poppins, y'all! Oh yeah. If I remember correctly, these first few pulls are particularly brutal, so just keep that in mind. And especially like, mainly they're very brutal if you pull everything, of course. Partly because you have to like pull this, you have to pull these up to Vitra where the next pack appears. Oh boy. Sorry, it might have been me announcing the danger of these packs that caused you to hesitate. That's my mistake. It was not to say that it can't be done. It was more as a warning that it is not unusual to see every cooldown in the arsenal get spent very quickly in this first bit, because these mobs hit surprisingly hard, and the pack coming up also hits very hard for some reason.
I shall silence the beasts of the air. Pray continue onward.
And if I remember correctly, the scariest ones are the idolizers. They hit extremely hard, and I believe they can shoot. So while they will run up to you, they do not care that you're outrunning them. Not at all. Best we can do is clear up as many mobs as we can before the cooldowns run out, of course. A little bit awkward camera angles here. Oh, that was close. But just perfect. No one died. I got acquainted with how scary these pools are because as I leveled all of my tanks and all of my healers at the start of Endwalker, these pools were some of the scariest ones to do, regardless of your role. Like, if your tank wasn't like up to the task, it was very difficult, especially as an astrologian, as I remember, and on the other side of the fence, it was very scary as a Dark Knight if your healer wasn't ready. Cosari says, I think the trees fading has the same death effect as other Terminus monsters. Oh. That is an interesting detail. Whoops, messed up my combo. Sharingan Blaze Red gives us a little summary of places it watched, apparently. Thank you. I feel like the list is shorter than usual. What is left? You don't want to be on that side. It's one of those really evil mechanics, because there's two correct answers to one mechanic, but the mechanic that immediately follows only has one right answer. And because of the order they're served in, you end up messing it up. And then there's this. Easily cheesed by having mobility actions of your own. But if you don't, it's actually, it can be really hard to find your way to a safe spot when you realize it. What is right? In the back. I believe this is actually, oh yeah. No uptime lost. And another what is right. Oh boy. Oh. Guess I won't use my Stardiver then.
What is this vile presence I sense?
I don't know, Vitra. It is my... I think the vile presence is my Stardiver going to waste because of sadness. Oh yeah, this is one of those weird bits where you can't pull more than one pack because reasons. I don't know why I switched to single target there, but better finish the combo than swap back and forth in the middle of it. I think the next pull is going to be really big on account of this one being a little smaller though, so it means I can stockpile a little bit of resources. That's the advantage of forced single pack pulls, is that it allows you to stockpile resources. I don't remember if we can skip this one though. Or well, if we can pull this one to the next bit. Oh yeah, this is particularly horrible. That was their mother turning into a monster in despair, and then they turn. Meanwhile, Sip over here laughing about it. Excellent. I think I will save the 2-minute cooldown for the next pack. I think that should be fine. Oh boy. And then we switch to single target. And that of course means that the boss fight is going to start without 2-minute cooldowns. But that's fine, honestly. The thing is that boss fights, because of their predictability in most cases, are drastically easier to deal with compared to large AoE pools, at least in my opinion. This is like a strategy that I learned to employ from World of Warcraft dungeons, like Mythic Plus stuff. Not only can you get a lot more bang for your buck by... Oops, messed up my cooldowns there. A lot more bang for your buck by using your cooldowns on AoE. But usually the AoE pulls are the ones that are a lot more time constrained. You don't have very long. You need to kill the mobs before they overwhelm you. And while this is typically a non-issue in Final Fantasy XIV, because your average player is perfectly capable of dealing with the pack before you run out of cooldowns, there is a limit to how many cooldowns tanks and healers have. So choosing to give it a little extra oomph in the scariest part of a fight or of a dungeon isn't a bad strategy. That of course also means that my cooldowns are displaced from Sip's cooldowns, but that is bound to happen. Oh, I can't remember what the answer to this mechanic is right now. Oh yeah, 1 bubble for each, but not yet. This one does not require you to use a bubble. All the cooldowns. And faint. Right, it puts down the bubbles anyway, but you only need to use the bubbles for every second mechanic. That's the strategy, I just remembered now. It's been a while since I did Vana's Party. And this is the one. And just like in Heavensward, the mechanic is very, very slow to resolve, so you need to like run into the bubble very early, otherwise it doesn't work. Oh. But I suppose they reworked how the one in Heavensward works, so maybe you don't even learn that then. And I believe it's knockbacks next? Yep. I think I did the Chaotic Spring sequence twice. That's fine. Ow. And a limit break. Whoop. Perfect. Used all the cooldowns. Right at the end. I'm not sure if it's worth it to use a single target limit break on the second boss, honestly. But it depends on how much you gain from an AoE limit break in the final pack before the final boss. And I think there's not that many mobs in that pool in this dungeon, and it's also really awkward because the final bit of the packs doesn't spawn until you kill one mob. So it gets really awkward to use. So it's probably not a bad idea to do it this way. This pool is pretty funny. The Terminus Twitcher has like something I believe you can interrupt, or maybe it's just a stun. But if you are in a group with very strong AoE, it dies before it even has an opportunity to use it. Oh, it's a glare mechanic, but you can stun it, and it happened to... I think that was a holy stun that just came out at the exact time that it needed to be. That is incredibly lucky. Aiming. Yeah, as I was just saying, this pull, these two mobs, when one of them die, the final pack... Oops, sorry. The final pack will spawn. So that means that if you want to be really efficient about it, you single target one of them down. And a lot of jobs don't benefit very much from like two target cleaving. It seems like this one is getting focused more. Or is everyone like evenly splitting them just to make sure that I don't get it the way that I suggest? Alright guys, listen. I know Kai said to kill one of them. Let's not kill one of them. That would be pretty funny. Oh look, there they are. This is an awkward angle to AoE with. That's easier. I've spent this whole dungeon alternating between getting all of my cooldowns mixed, displaced from the Life of the Dragon section, and then trying to realign them back and forth. That is what you call a side mouse. Oh. Schwabanu. It already has a name. Efficient. It's a flying version of the Wormy Boys. Oh, you're over there. Time for the Blood Lily. Well, do make sure to use it after I use Battle Litany. I'll get it out after Celtic Spring, I believe. Red. I believe that means red is exploding. Yep. Fun fact, I don't know if it's been fixed, but back at least when Endwalker was very new, that mechanic where it shows you what the correct answer is on your screen didn't work for some players, so they just didn't get the warning at all. So they just kind of stood there. So if you ever did the dungeon, at least back then, and saw players that just refused to dodge, that was likely the reason why. They literally couldn't see that what they were supposed to do about it. So they did nothing. Naturally, because there was no warning shown whatsoever. Any moment now. There is an intermission coming up right now. There's a trick to this one. There's like 2 patterns. I can't remember them because it's been a while, but there are literally only 2 patterns to this mechanic. It's coming back to me. Ah, perfect reset. Except my those 2 cooldowns have to be swapped. Oh, maybe I was a little early on the trigger on that one. Limit break! Bam! It would have been very awkward if I like backflipped into Kosadi and got us both killed. Nice! Very nice. Yeah, that meteor mechanic is like... there are literally only 2 patterns to it. Before we leave the dungeon, I would like to just like highlight the 2 like sequences. Oh, and your inventory is full again, you say? The first pattern, so this both includes the meteors that's coming at us and the circle AoEs. Either the save spot is here, here, and here. So like ding, ding, ding. So like you stand here and then you run over here. And then over here. And otherwise, if it's not that, then the save spot is here, and then here, and then over there, as we just saw. And the reason why I had to learn this is because I have actually done this dungeon with first-timers that they did not understand the dungeon at all. Like, they did not understand this mechanic, so they could not do it. There was also a chance that there was lag, so they couldn't react fast enough. So instead, we just did this one, and then I just ran ahead. And the only way to do that fast enough is if you already know what the answer is before the question appears. So I learned to memorize the 2 sequences. It's not that hard since, you know, there's only 2 sequences. But it is funny to learn that they are like that. Like, a lot of bosses and dungeons are like that when you really think about it. Like, for example, the second boss in Tower of Babel, it's either going to be the chakrams flying and then frog, or it's going to be the reverse. And like, that's how it's going to be. And speaking of which, both of those mechanics you can optimize, because you don't have to be mini for the entire chakram mechanic. You just turn mini like a second before the mechanic happens, and then you go back big again. And the reason why that matters is because while you're mini, you do way less damage. And in the underwater bit, where you have to turn into a frog, you actually only need to be a frog for 1 second. So when you get to like 7, I believe it kills you if you reach 8 stacks. So when you reach 6 stacks, you turn into a frog and then out again. And the total amount of stacks you will get in the second set will be like 5. So you don't have to stay a frog there. You just switch and switch again. The scary part is that if you wait too long and an AoE mechanic happens to just wrong line up with where you're entering and leaving it, it might be difficult to dodge that. But that mechanic shouldn't kill you. But yeah, there are many ways to optimize all of the dungeons. And in most cases, the reason why people don't bother is because they don't need to. Anyway, thank you guys for joining me for the dungeon. It's a lot more fun when we have people from the stream. Krasadi, and Tracy says, well, Krasadi says, I have to admit I have died to that mechanic a couple of times, and Tracy says, me too. There's nothing wrong with failing the mechanic. I'm pretty confident I have died to the mechanic too. I didn't say it was easy. I said that it's predictable. But the thing is, a mechanic being predictable is completely irrelevant if you don't know what the answer is, right? Like, you have to see it enough times to know, oh, there are only two options. And with Final Fantasy XIV, there are a lot of dungeons and raids, like, with mechanics that do, like, they have like 2 or maybe 3 patterns in total. And because of the thing I call Square Enix RNG, where often it will just choose to do it in one specific order every time for a session, or 2 sessions, or 3 sessions even, you might chalk up the reasoning for why the mechanic feels predictable is because it keeps doing it the same way, and when you go, oh, it only works this way, that's when they flip it. The day that you think that there's only this, ding ding ding, strategy needed, is when it mixes it up on you and flips it. So it's completely understandable. If you know the Susaku boss from the Four Lords trial series, I farmed that a lot back in Shadowbringers, and generally you would bring, I believe, 6 DPS, 5 or 6 DPS. And the host of those runs, a friend of mine, who was a DPS, and was a DPS that knew how to deal with the 4 Phoenix mechanic where you have to split them, it targets 4 DPS players. But we did it over 50 times, and that friend of mine never got targeted. Not once. Ever. It was quite incredible, really. And that's what I call Square Enix RNG. Right, let's continue the story, and thank you again for joining.
As I feared.
What is it?
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
Indeed. We saw it plain. But you didn't, did you?
I saw nothing. Not the blasphemy that perished here, nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well. There is no ether. Where the creatures should be, I saw naught but emptiness.
Emptiness? But that would mean...
Recall the words of the Watcher. 'Twas a stagnancy of ether, a cessation of flow, leading to decay and absence, that led the ancients to conclude their star was dying. This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud. Until, from their corporeal forms to their very souls, naught remains.
But the beast spoke with its dying breath. Surely at least a sliver of the man it was endured.
Mayhaps so. But even if the process was incomplete, it was little more than a faint residue.
Gods be good. You're saying they cannot be saved?
Not by any means known to me. Or by any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
They return not even to the ethereal sea.
beasts rage on, their hunger insatiable. Even deprived of their master, they perpetuate his legacy of hate. Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnir, all of them, and now I spill their blood.
Vitra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe.
You put your secret at risk.
Those closest to me already know the truth. A truth I must now share with one and all. Vitra, calamity has come to Radzatan. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair. More than ever, we require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vitra, and guide us to salvation.
What madness is this, I-One? Thou dost forget thyself. Were we to reveal our duplicity, it would do naught but foster confusion and chaos. Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally, and do battle with the beasts. Easing hearts and leading the people to safety is thy task, and thine alone. I ask that you remain at Ahewan's side, and render unto him what aid you may. I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Radzatan will not survive.
Take me with you.
And, what?
I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land. Take me with you.
Were my words unclear? I require no assistance. Thy place is at Ahewan's side.
Estinian, here. It's the last thing you ever wanted. A link pearl. We'd gain much from knowing your elevated perspective. And it'll keep you from getting lonely, which I know you loathe.
You heard the man. Seems I'm coming with you after all.
Then I pray thy grip is iron. Be it on thy head if thou dost chance to fall.
Fair enough. Now, shall we?
Big jump.
I fear it is as Vitra says. We will not survive this on our own. While I am loath to impose upon you again.
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
Then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
And here we are in the capital. Our radiant host has eliminated the immediate threat to the city, though it pains me to know those beasts were once my own people. There's no telling when or where the next transformation might occur. We must remain vigilant and steel ourselves for whatever is yet to come. Alright, I'll take the 500 gil then. Forgive me, my friends, but I must return to Megaduta for the time being. There I can better manage this crisis and dispatch my troops as the situation demands.
In that case, we shall carry out an investigation of our own here in the city. Mayhap the residents can tell us more about the first of the transformations, and the conditions under which it occurred. If we can ascertain what exactly triggered these tragic events, it may give us some insight as to a possible solution. Time is of the essence. Let us split into 3 groups that we may cover more ground. Alice and I will see to Pax's path. Thancred and Y'shtola, pray make for Dharma. Leave Arthur to Graha and you, Caetsu. Any information you can gather on the first blasphemy or the manifestation of the final days here in the city would be most helpful. When we have completed our respective inquiries, let us reconvene in front of Megaduta, that we might share what we've learned with the satrap.
And onwards we go. I want to test if we can grab the Aetheryte if it happens to be convenient. Shall we be off then? Arthur is home to the High Crucible of Alchemia, whose alchemists forged many of our warding scales. That seems as good a place as any to begin our investigation, don't you think? I spoke briefly with Nuhadin, the chief alchemist there, on our last visit. He should be happy to answer our queries. And off we go. Tiny cosmos. Oh, that's not... Oh, I was going to say, there's not that many people here, but then I saw like 5 more people appear. Why is Varshan buff now? It's not Varshan. Or who do you mean? Do you mean in the main quest? Like, do you mean in the post game? Or... Because that was Ahriwan. Post game. Oh, well. Because he can. Ah, I remember those red eyes. You were with those scions who commissioned the scales from us, yes? I welcome you back to the High Crucible. What brings you here in these troubling times? We are assisting the satrap in investigating the crisis that plagues the city. Did you happen to catch sight of any of the creatures? I did. As I was going about my work, I was disturbed by crashing footsteps so powerful that the very ground shook. I rushed outside and could not believe what I beheld. The night sky was burning. Suddenly I heard panicked screams coming from the direction of Balshan Bazaar. In the next instant, a monstrous beast poked its head out from amidst the stalls. A handful of the Radiant rushed to the scene, only to be sent sprawling as the fiend and his minions propelled themselves skyward. So the blasphemy came from the vicinity of the markets. This knowledge may prove useful. I thank you for sharing your tale. Well, I do believe we now know where we should inquire next. To the bazaar, then. Anyway, bye. Exactly, Tracy. He was made a new body. You have to remember that Varshan is just a construct. And he can just move the eye that controls Varshan to a different body. They could have... It didn't even have to be like an animatronic aura that he controls. It could have been a literal robot if that's what he desired. I'm pretty sure, anyway. This is Daphnarian weave. I must say, it bears a resemblance to the traditional fabrics of Corvus. Small wonder, really, given that it's just across the water. Not that I'm much of an expert in Corvosi culture, of course. I've not had the occasion to visit my ancestral home since coming to Sharlayan, and like as not, I will never reside there again. That said, in recent days I've felt more acutely aware of my heritage, and grateful for it. It is thanks to my forebears that I inherited the royal eye, and with it, the wisdom of ancient Alag. And so, well, I simply hope that my countrymen are safe, and one day, when this calamity is but a memory, I would like to see Corvus again, if only once. Forgive me, but my shop's closed until further notice. Needless to say, we've more pressing concerns these days. We have come not in search of wares, but information concerning the enormous fiend that tore through the bazaar. Did you perchance witness anything?
Afraid not, my friend. I was here the whole time, so I only saw its little minions. Made a mess of the place, they did. While that was all going on, the great big one tore through the west side of the bazaar. You'd have better luck asking there. But yeah, we were explained that Vasham's body is just an animatronic, basically. Back where, after we completed the Tower of... well, before we completed Tower of Zod, I believe. Is something the matter, traveler? If you're lost, perhaps I could be of assistance. Your offer's most appreciated. We are not lost, but we are in need of information. Might you know anything about the gargantuan beast that rampaged through the bazaar? Aye, I saw it all, though I wish I had not. I was going about my work when all of a sudden a piercing scream cut through the air. I turned around and there was the fiend, its massive body bursting through that entryway with the force of a tidal wave, and then it was gone as quickly as it came. Sisters have mercy! What is happening to the world? What am I to do? Is nowhere safe? Settle down, friend. The danger's past, at least for now. If it's not too painful to remember, could you tell us what you saw? First I heard the screams, then a horde of ravening beasts came charging towards us. One of them was huge, bigger than a married, throwing people about like ragdolls, and it was eating them. I hid under the counter, so others do the same. But the shrieking and wailing kept getting louder, more voices in the throng. Beasts or victims, I couldn't tell. I knew not what was happening. I still don't. That is enough, my good man. You were brave to share with us your tale. Many of your fellow merchants are safe. The High Crucible, too, has survived, mostly unscathed. Pray stay close to your friends and loved ones, and rest your body and mind while you are able. I suspect that is the most we can expect the people here to tell us. I think it best we find a place outside the bazaar where we might rest and review our findings. Judging by their accounts, the transformation had already occurred by the time the beast reached the bazaar. It tore through the west side of the bazaar and headed towards the Aetherite Plaza. In other words, the blasphemy may have first appeared in this vicinity. That be the case, the people in that Mayhain can surely tell us more. I don't know if it's Mehane or Mayhain. Hello there. Even after repairing all that damage, it'll take a while for business to pick up again. You mean the blasphemy? That's what the Radiant has been calling it anyway. I saw it too. We all did. I was standing here at the counter as Merid poured me a drink, when suddenly there came this dreadful sound, like a pained, angry groan. It was unlike anything I've ever heard. I turned around in shock, and from an ominous cloud of black mist rose the creature, enormous and ghastly to behold. As for what happened next, to recall it sends shivers up my spine. By some stroke of fortune, I was able to slip outside before the beast got its claws on me. But the sight that greeted me offered no solace. The blue sky above turned red as blood. Merid, myself, and the other survivors clung to each other for dear life until the Radiant host came to our aid. Wait, did I hear you correctly? The beast manifested before the sky began to burn? I'm certain of it. The windows here offer a clear view of the sky, and I saw nothing out of the ordinary until the beast appeared and began to rage. There's someone, a fearful here. A human. Hello, human. Going after that enormous beast, are you? We already did. Aye, I saw it, including the very instant that poor bastard transformed. Damn the gods for putting me there. I started over there, by the window. A few men, merchants, probably, talking and drinking. Conversation must have taken a turn for the worse. Next thing I know, the leader, I suppose he was, buries his head in his hands, and black mist was swirling about him. Then his whole body bursts apart, and there stands a hideous, slattering beast, massive and foul, all gaping maws and bulging eyes. His friends start shrieking, then the black mist comes again until the change takes them too. The stuff of nightmares, I tell you. Nightmarish indeed. Interesting way to put it, Graham. Nightmares, indeed. Nightmarish, indeed. Indeed, indubitably, absolutely. Incidentally, do you perchance know who those merchants were? No, I'm a decorator by trade, not much cause to mingle with their sort. Saw Mealy, the barmaid, chatting with them though. She might know something. Oh, hello there. Welcome to Mirid's Main. What can we get you? We have come not for libations, but rather for information. You are Mealy, yes? We're investigating the so-called blasphemy on the satrap's behalf. We hear it was one of your customers, a merchant, that first underwent the transformation. What can you tell us about him? He was something of a regular here, especially of late. Khalsal was his name. He ran his own consortium, dealing primarily in the exports of Thavnarian specialties. Khalsal, you say? It's through him we met Matsia. Yes, the name rings a bell. Didn't you meet them both on your first trip to Thavnir? If I recall correctly, Khalsal ran a trading operation in Jetlimart, and it was there that you made Matsia's acquaintance. Yes, that is the same Khalsal, no doubt. A rather successful man, from what I gather. That said, it was clear that he had fallen on hard times of late. Those ghastly towers popping up everywhere cannot have been good for business. Even now, with the towers gone, the collapse of the Empire has led to all sorts of problems elsewhere. The market for luxuries is surely not what it once was. Trying times for the head of a trading consortium, indeed. Khalsal was a compassionate man. Even as his own business suffered, he did what he could to provide for the artisans, fishermen, and many others who counted on him to sell their wares. Indeed, that was the very topic of yesterday's meeting, as far as I could hear. Yet, as they discussed matters further, Khalsal's tone grew grave and grim. It was then that... Forgive me, I would not have you recall the memory if it brings you pain. If I could, I would just ask one more thing. Did you notice anything unusual about Khalsal in particular? Please, anything at all. Sorry, nothing springs to mind. Perhaps someone else can help you. Khalsal lived for his work and had no family that I know of. His employees and associates knew him best, but they too are lost to us. Still, perhaps his neighbors know something I do not. I can direct you to them if you believe it would help. What do you say? Sure. Khalsal made his home in Kama, a nearby residential area. From what I gather, Khalsal lived there since childhood and was known throughout the neighborhood. Kama, the name is new to me. How do we get there? I'll write down some directions. I cannot promise that you will find what you seek there, but if nothing else, it is a start. Come, let's see where this lead takes us. We could literally just teleport there, but with all these conversation stops on the way, I think we will do those. Let's see. After leaving the main, we are to retrace our steps and head back towards the Aetheryte Plaza. Anemia says the 13th looks so cool. It does look very cool. But also, as Tracy says, it is a very sad shard. It is, as the Asians put it, a lost cause. Like, if I understand correctly, I think the Asians' plan on that in that department was to like correctly crash all of the other shards and just hope that when they go through with their plans, the 13th will just kind of fix itself on the way or something. Like,
Just ignore it for now. We'll figure it out later, kind of deal. From here, we ascend the stairs. Is that what we're doing, Grazia? You're just going to talk like that instead of me just hearing something special from you? Nothing special to add? This must be Yui, in which case we should take the path leading southeast. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. What a day. If we keep going this way, we should arrive in Kama before long. Walking these unfamiliar streets is quite the adventure, is it not? I can only hope we can explore Rajasthan at our leisure once this crisis has passed. We can, absolutely. And here we are. This must be Kama. We've arrived at last. Let us begin questioning the residents without delay. No doubt someone here can tell us more about Katsal. Given recent events, I imagine many are taking shelter indoors. Yeah, you don't say. Anybody home? Marty. Katsal, you say? Yes, I've known him since he was a boy. If there was ever a man who was born to be a merchant, it was him. Always early to depart and late to return, he'd spend his days procuring the finest wares and seeking out willing customers. You could say it came to him as easily as breathing. Sadly, business was flagging of late. No surprise, really. What with how dangerous travel has become. He was cooped up in his house from dawn till dusk the other day, without racking his brain for a way to turn his fortunes around. Then, at night, I heard the door open. I looked out to see Katsal sitting on a bench, his head hung low, a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. I see. The situation must have been quite dire indeed. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary? Nothing to speak of, other than the troubles with his consortium. He was disabled, Katsal, cordial and honest, like always. These questions you are asking, has something happened to him? He wasn't caught up in that terrible incident at the bazaar, was he? I don't travel much these days, but my daughters told me not to venture outside. Stuck in here as I am, I've heard little about these bizarre goings-on. Rest assured, the city is safe for now, but the situation may change without warning. I urge you, stay close to your daughter and be prepared to take refuge should the satrap order it. Did something happen to Katsal? Avoid the question. Just stay safe, old lady. Could you come back another time? I just woke up and I'm not exactly in the mood for idle chit-chat. Well, that's one way to avoid the panic, I suppose. Pardon our intrusion. You may not have noticed, but a greater danger has come to Thabnir. I encourage you to stay alert, and prepare to flee the city should the situation turn dire. But before we leave you in peace, pray allow us to ask a question or two. Did you know a local merchant named Katsal? If so, did you notice anything unusual about him recently? Katsal? I know him. In fact, we spoke just the other day. Like many others, his business was doing poorly. Still, it seemed as though he'd managed to turn things around, thanks to a generous order from Ruveda Fibers. Why, he was practically dancing in the streets. I haven't spoken with him since, but I assume it all went well. Jinabaha might be able to tell you more, though. As I recall, he was the one who brokered the arrangement. Jinabaha at Ruveda Fibers. This sounds promising. Very specific. I can see there's a teleport there, but we're going to do the walk because there's the speech bubbles on the way and stuff. Thanks for the info, Max Rebo. I think I know the sentence, but I don't know the reference. If I'm not mistaken, these stairs lead to Dharma. It is quite the sight, the red sky above. During the final days of yore, the heavens burned and the stars fell, creation magic chronomarche. That was my assumption when I saw Amarot. Perhaps the ancients believed the same, that the terror of a single powerful individual was the cause of their calamity. And yet, those self-same horrors now manifest themselves before our eyes. What could it be that sets the heavens aflame and turns ordinary men into beasts? Good point, Rahatia. And why, mayhap, is it that when ancients are affected, they summon beasts, and when we're affected, we turn into them? They're farming silkworms. This must be Ruveda fibers, where we should find Jinabaha. Excuse me. Oh, you just teleported down. Excellent. Makes it easier. And hurry, I say. There's no time to waste. Hello. We just came in from the other side, but we're here now. Pardon me, but you're in charge of buying and selling here, yes? We have a few questions that we'd like to... I'm sorry, but I simply don't have time to chat. If you haven't noticed, we have our hands full at the moment. We must carry all our wares and equipment to safety before those accursed beasts return. In that case, might we be of assistance? Perhaps we could speak when the job is done. Very well. You can start by helping us move our equipment. Ask the others what to put where. Side quest time! And you can carry our fabrics, on account of you being so tiny and small and weak. Go through that door and speak with Kamala. She'll tell you the rest. Remember, these textiles are our livelihood. Handle them with care. Alright. This area is for employees only. Out! Out! I'm temporary employee. What's that? You've come to help? Oh, praise be to Mindoruva. Kind stranger, I welcome your assistance. On your way here, you pass 3 storehouses, yes? I'd like to carry that small crate to Nabrifal, but the storehouse near the hatchery. The crate of clothing is for Manuha. And that massive crate there goes to Seymeira by the middle storehouse. Watch your back with that one. Those are all the crates we have ready. Once they've been delivered, consider your work here complete. Oh. Wait, what did she say again? Oh, it says there. Thread, is it? And you've come to the right place. We thank you for your aid. Ordinary crate. If you have any crates of finished products, such as carpets, clothing, and the like, pray bring them here to our primary storehouse. A crate full of clothing, is it? I can take that off your hands. Many thanks for the delivery. And then a big one. A very large crate. I could fit in that, easily. I could actually fit in most of the crates. Heavy crate, hello. Ice.
I say, you're quite a brawny one, aren't you? A good thing, that. Never know when you'll need to defend yourselves in these unpredictable times. A crate full of fat bricks, is it? Exactly what I was hoping to receive. Here, let me put that away for you.
Poof, and it's gone.
You've carried all the crates to the storehouses, you say? And so quickly, too. Why, I've never seen anyone so strong. And I and my associates will see to the rest, so please return to Jinabaha and assure him our work is proceeding apace. To tell the truth, we're grateful for this distraction. Too many terrible happenings of late. But generous souls like yourself give me hope that we may emerge from this trial even stronger. I pray we meet again in more peaceful times.
Hello? Done as I asked, have you?
Yes. If Kamala is satisfied with your work, then so am I. You have done us a great favor, traveler. I too have delivered the instruments and apparatus entrusted to me. You both have my thanks. With our wares safely stored away, we'll not lose any more to those fiends. Take it that your establishment did not escape the attack unscathed. We did not. Thankfully, most of our workers have already left for the day, but those of us still here saw it all. We looked to the burning skies in confusion, and then, before we could even begin to make sense of it, a hideous creature burst through the doors, shrieking. We ran for our lives, but one of my colleagues was not so fortunate. He cried out a scream of such agony, such terror, and in the next instant, he too sprouted fearsome claws. The sight of it caused another fellow to panic, and then he too transformed.
Take a deep breath, my friend.
I'm sorry, there was something you wanted to ask? Indeed, you knew the merchant Kalsal, did you not? I believe he had some dealings with your establishment. Kalsal, I know him well. We'd arranged for his consortium to deliver a large shipment of fabrics, but in the end we received a better offer and had to turn him down. I understand his business is struggling, but so is ours. Another of our most reliable trading partners agreed to transport the goods for a much smaller commission, and we'd have been fools to refuse. I felt terrible for withdrawing the offer, but you must understand, we simply had no choice. He tried to put on a brave face when I delivered the news, but his dejection and despair were plain as day. He said he'd discuss it with his associates, but I could tell he'd all but given up hope. Dejection and despair. You remember what we saw in Vanaspati, yes? Soldiers and jungle dwellers pushed to the very brink, turning into beasts one after the next. It would seem the same phenomenon occurred here. The poor craftsmen attacked by the fiends, as well as those that witnessed it, all undergoing the change. I suspect that everything began with Kalsal. By all accounts, it was he who suffered from the most profound and piercing despair. Wait, could that be it? That such intense emotions were what triggered his transformation? Much remains unclear, but I believe we are drawing closer to an answer. At any rate, we must discuss our findings with the others. Right, I will be right back.
Alright, I'm back. Just need to get some more water. There sure are a lot of dialogue that I need to read on this stream. Suddenly, we don't have as many voiced storyline. Now that the story is sort of underway. We were to reconvene with the others in front of Megaduta, were we not? That should be just outside. With any luck, they will have already returned from their own investigations. My friend, we must take our leave. I pray that your establishment is spared further tragedy, but remember, your lives are far more precious than anywhere's. If you're ordered to flee, do so without hesitation. Indeed. Thank you for your concern, and pray you two take care as well. To the Megaduta. Megaduta. And here comes the very big cutscene, I believe.
There you are. You've spoken with the survivors.
Indeed. We thought to share what we have gleaned, that we might together gain a greater understanding of present circumstances.
Fortuitous timing. Alize and I completed our own investigations not long ago.
Then we should take a moment to compare notes. Shall we begin with the two of you?
And then we explained.
So the merchant Karzal was gravely concerned about his business in the days preceding his untimely end.
The tales we heard were much the same. The first victims to be changed into blasphemies were all overcome with anguish of one manner or another.
It is also important to note that his final words in the death cutscene at the end is ruined. I'm ruined. So that was what broke the camel's back, so to speak.
Then those who saw their loved ones stolen before their eyes succumbed to a similar panic, setting in motion a chain of transformations.
Fear, unease, despair. These negative feelings serve as a catalyst.
If so, then it is not unlike the calamity that befell the ancients. With their creation magics, they unwittingly gave form to untold horrors. Had they simply lost control, surely it would have manifested in many forms, not all of them monstrous. Yet somehow, this phenomenon is triggered solely by the darkness in their hearts, a common thread with what we now witness.
Common, but not identical. While the beasts the ancients faced were forged with magic alone, those of today are born of sentient beings. Why remains to be seen, but there is one fundamental difference between us and our predecessors. Our souls are sundered, whereas theirs were not. Perhaps that single variable makes all the difference.
If I may, there was another detail that troubled me. We have it on good authority that Karzal's transformation took place before the skies began to burn.
What? If that's true, then the situation's more dire than we realized. It means even if there's no ominous sign presaging the final days, anyone, anywhere, has the potential to become a beast. Even in lands we thought safe, even as we speak.
Look! It's the satrap! The satrap!
Thank servants.
It's good that he's inspiring for the people.
My countrymen, I am relieved and heartened to see you strong and safe. While the danger has not yet passed, far from it, allow me to assure you that the beasts that raged within the city walls have been exterminated to the last. Outside this sanctuary, the brave men and women of the Radiant Host and our dragon ally continue to battle our unholy foes. I pray these tidings put your minds at ease and help you calm your hearts. Have faith that we shall soon conquer this terrible trial.
Your Excellency, is there any word from Palaka's stand? My grandson was bound for there yesterday and I worry for his life.
We are still awaiting a report, but I promise you, as soon as I have aught to share...
Your Excellency, I bring grave news.
Uh-oh.
You are?
I'm Matsya of Akyali, a humble fisherman.
Ah, I remember you from our first visit.
In the mountains.
Wait, you're... But no, that can wait. When the skies turned red, I set off for Palaka's stand, fearing for the safety of a friend. But as I drew near the village, I saw dreadful beasts all about.
No! Gods have mercy! Your Excellency! Save my grandson, I beg of you!
Relax.
We will spare no effort to save all we can, but you must remain calm.
Calm? You tell me to be calm? You saw those beasts? They tore our bravest warriors limb from limb! What if we are too late, huh? They catch him, stick their fangs into him? The fangs! The screams!
Uh-oh.
Get away from her, now!
That is a really big one.
Damn it! We've got to kill them before it spreads.
We'll handle this. See the townspeople to safety.
Run as fast as you can!
Oh no. Blood.
Vitra, our people, you must save them.
My son.
Enough! You must run. For their sake and your own. Yes, you will survive. You must. Be strong, my friends! Fear not, for we will defeat these abominations! Brave men and women of the Radiant Host, lend your Stola and Thancred your aid. Let not a single beast escape. The rest of you, flee this place. Carry the wounded if you must. Head indoors or underground. Above all, stay calm. No beast will follow you. We will see to that.
Alphino! Alice! Leave the city to us, and make for Palaka's stand at once! Matsya, show my friends to the village. I promise you, they're more capable than the host's finest.
Right. Go with them, will you? We will save these people, as many as we can.
The most unexpected turn of that entire cutscene is that Ahriman is so suddenly, unceremoniously killed, just like that. It's so scary for like for Final Fantasy. That is incredibly dark, as Gilano mentions, absurdly dark. And yeah, I agree, Tracy. That like really highlighted the leadership that Grahatia has managed to like master as the Exarch. He like really like put himself in that position, taking the stance that he usually would as the Exarch and everything. We must save Palaka's stand, whatever it takes. Matsya, it pains me to put you into harm's way, but I would ask your aid as well. Of course. Palaka's stand is not far, just down that hill. But as I told His Excellency before, the path was blocked by terrible creatures. I had no choice but to turn back. In that case, this is what we shall do. Caetsu, I ask that you take the lead and dispatch any beasts you encounter. Alice and I will keep Matsya hidden amidst the trees, and follow when the path is clear. But I don't know the way. There's no telling what danger awaits us. Keep your eyes peeled. Off we go then. There's just random marbles around. That is a really strong random open world mob. It uses what is right as well. That is pretty interesting. It's the same mob as that boss in Vanaspati, so it of course uses the same move. It's interesting, these fights would be even tougher, just as random open world mobs, if it wasn't for the fact that we're 5 levels ahead of them. So we have a little bit more toolkit. And granted, gear matters a lot in this game, so the fact that we're wearing like level 84 gear does mean that we're closer to a level 84 in power than a level 90. But still. It cannot be. We must heal those we can, and quickly. I see no beasts, but stay on your guard. Mimir says, I want a Trojan guard dog as a mount. They look so cool. Oh yeah, they are pretty cool. They look almost like mounts that we might have had, but I don't think we did. The villager has no pulse, nor do they appear to be breathing. Oh. How about you? The cooling body has already begun to stiffen. The massive wound suggests the villager was gored by a terrible beast. Hey Coco, can I get a hoo yeah? Hoo yeah! Hoo yeah for terrible main quest stuff right now. Though the villager's injuries do not appear to be life-threatening, he does not respond to our efforts. His breathing grows more ragged and shallow, and his vacant eyes are those of a man who has lost the will to live. Even if I wake, the nightmare goes on. No, leave me to sleep. You call out, but the man does not respond. This does not look like the moon. Oh, we came home from vacation! We came home from vacation. Have you come to help us? You're late. Late, my family, my friends. I told you, surely nothing bad would happen while we were away, right? Are these the only villagers who survived? I can only hope others managed to flee, but if the rest have been turned beasts by the 12, let us do what we can to see that the damage spreads no further. And no matter what comes, we must keep our spirits high, lest we ourselves suffer a similar fate. Yeah, good point, Coco. Thank you for checking in anyway, though. I can tend to the rest. Pray look after Matsuya. No doubt what we have seen here weighs even heavier on his heart than ours. Oh, Caetsu. This is Yeruvit, the elder here. He's hurt, but praise be to the sisters. He still lives. Young Matsuya here has told me everything. I have not the words to express my gratitude for their aid. When the heavens began to burn, we were afraid, but did our best to carry on as we always have done. Until today, when those unholy beasts came pouring into our village, a flood of midnight and death. There are no words to describe what followed. Men and women I have known since they were babes, struck down by the creatures, only to rise again to join the murderous horde. In the guise of those same hideous fiends. In the chaos, a handful of our villagers fled for their lives. I can only hope they have found their way to safety. Matsya, do you perchance remember Kirasov and Miran, the young couple who always brought your freshest catches? How could I forget, Elder? When I first came to peddle my wares, desperate to eke out a living, they showed me such kindness. Others shunned me as an outsider, as is their way, but Kirasov and Miran bought my fish and sung its praises. They turned my fortunes around. Alas, I fear they are in terrible danger. I saw them running towards Agama Temple, one of those beasts in close pursuit. They had their child, still but a tiny babe. To elude these fiends while caring for one so young is an impossible task, surely. I beg of you, go to their aid. I want to help them, yet I am but a fisherman. I cannot face beasts on my own. Will you come to help me? Will you come with me? Oh, thank you. Agama Temple lies to the west of here. We must hurry. I thought it was east. Huh. Oh, right, that temple. For some reason I thought it was over there. Kumbira. And off we go to speak with Matsya again. And the story continues to be very grim and bleak. But hey, an ether current. Oh boy. A little bit of light in the dark, am I right? And there's Matsya. The temple is just ahead. It was built by those who worship Saint Akama, but has sadly fallen into disrepair in recent years. If my friends made it this far, no doubt they are hiding somewhere amidst the ruins. No! Please, stay back! That was Karasov. Oh no, this is not good. I'll take a look. You stay here where it's safe. But please do. The cry came from the ruins. You must hurry. And I believe the answer is that we are just a moment too late, based on what they said. Or maybe not. Maybe not. We always are too late or just in time. Too late. Ah. The man lies motionless on the ground, bearing a grievous wound. I'm sorry, Caetsu. I tried to stay behind, but I couldn't. No, it cannot be. Yes, someone. Anyone. My arms, so heavy. My legs. I cannot feel my legs. My wife. Dead with our daughter. I need to find them. Need to be with them. I need... Uh-oh. Kirasov, no! Kirasov, you must stay strong. More time. I thought I had. I don't want to die.
Thank you. Please, find them. No one still lives, and she has their child. We must search the jungle between here and Palaka's stand. There's nowhere else she could have gone, I think. Forgive me, Kerasef. Once we've saved your wife and child, we will return and lay you to rest. Such a grim story. Like, it goes bad, then it gets a little bit better, then it gets even worse, and then it gets a little bit better, and then it gets even worse. That has been the Endwalker story so far. It's just downhill. You see no tracks or other signs of recent travel. Mewan and the child must be elsewhere. Battle. It is the final days after all, that is true, but it is still extremely brutal. Like, we were just earlier talking about how the perfect 10,000. How the bit of story with the Doppelits serve as like a little bit of like a palate cleanser, like where things are a little bit positive for a little bit. After the whole thing with the Tower of Babel and Zodiac and all that. And then we're just immediately thrown back into the fire like this. If Mewan and her daughter came through this area recently, you see no evidence of their passage. Did you see any sign of them? I found nothing. Nope. Perhaps the beasts have chased them farther from the village. Oh gods above, I beseech you, pray deliver Mewan and her little one to safety. Meanwhile, in the skies above Thavnair,
No more enemies to trouble us here. It's me. How fare you below? Understood. I will inform Vritra.
oh no.
Chaos and panic sweep Raz Khan, and many more have succumbed to the transformations. Amidst the fray, Ahoan fell, protecting a grief-stricken father. My friends fight alongside your Radiant host to secure the capital. Beasts have been sighted in Palaka's stand as well. We have divided our forces in hopes of quelling the threat there. Of small solace is that we now know what triggers the transformation. As my companions tell it,
So it is the very fear and despair in their hearts which inflict this abhorrent punishment upon them. A nightmare from which my children will never awake. O capricious and cruel fate, they are undeserving of such condemnation.
will you wallow in sorrow or rise to the occasion?
Rise to the occasion.
Razat Khan is leaderless. Before he passed, Ahawan sought to reveal the truth to his people. Honor his wishes.
To what end? To breed a new conflict between dragon and man. These claws could reduce thee to shreds with a touch. These jaws crush thy bones to dust. Only through my proxy could I walk with my children. Without him, I am a bringer of fear, no different from the beasts which beleaguer them.
Perhaps so. Only in death were Hraesvelgr and Shiva united. Indeed, whenever man and dragon have come together, death has ever been the inevitable result. It was our fear of your kind that sparked a nigh-endless war. Fear and hate of which Nidhogg drank deep as he laid waste to my homeland. And in turn, I took my revenge on his brood. Blood for blood, pain for pain. I thought nothing of theirs, only of mine. And yet, were the chasm between us too vast and too deep, Hraesvelgr would not have borne Isael to battle and our rescue. He would never have entrusted a mortal champion with one of his eyes. And the Dragonsong War would still rage on. And I would still wage a never-ending war of violence and vengeance. The future of our star be damned. I cannot speak for Ahawan's greater goals. Yet I know that he served you, served your people, long and true. In this time of unprecedented crisis, he turned to you. You could do worse than to place your trust in him. It will not be easy, but the future of Razat Khan hangs in the balance. We have company. The hour has come, Vritra. It's all or nothing.
That's the thing from the trailer. If Merwan fled deeper into the jungle, she and her child are in grave danger. Whatever are we to do? Gods have mercy. We go after them. You cannot let fear consume you. Fear? Consume me? What are you talking about? Then I too could become a beast? I understand, I think. I've seen to the wounded. How did the two of you fare? Did you find your friends? Let's quietly talk about it. I see. In that case, let us help you find the mother and child. Before we leave, we must ensure the village will be safe in our absence. Alice and I will patrol the area and search for more beasts. Would you and Matsuya speak with Elder Yeruwet? Pray explain to him the situation and join us as soon as you are able. We will save Merwan and her child. We can do that much for Kirasev. Kirasev is the kind of name that sounds like it's something said backwards. Myself says, I always wondered why we didn't use Estinian in that part. That is a good point. I'm guessing that the argument is that the forest is a little bit thick, so it might be difficult. I'm heartened to see you both safe, but what of the family? We found Karasev, but he... Say no more. I understand. We have lost another of our dear friends. Karasev may be gone, but there is still hope for Mewan and their child. Please find them, I beg of you. And if, in your search, you come across anyone else who escaped the slaughter, pray tell them what has happened. I will do my best to keep the villagers safe, and their spirits high. Come, let us rejoin your friends at once. And off we go. That is a good point, Vicels. It is kind of funny that we have eyes in the sky and none of us think to go, Estinian, question. Mother and child. Seen him?
I'm pleased to report that the vicinity appears to be beast-free, no doubt, thanks to your earlier efforts. And with that, let us resume our search for your friends and her child. Your friend and her child. Where should we begin, Matsia? If we follow Xiroda south, we will arrive at Perusa, a temple. It is a sacred place where people go to commune with the divinities. It's possible... Did he say commute? Commune with the divinities. It's possible that Mewan sought shelter there, and perhaps our other villagers as well. Then it's settled, Matsia. Stay close to me, alright? You two, take the lead. Keep an eye out for beasts and anyone in need of help. Very well, we make for Perusa, as quickly as we are able, with me.
I will run this way instead of that way. Because it is shorter. Ah, yes. On Saturday evening, coming in from the east, a small experience. You'll get a small bit of apocalypse. In the morning, there's going to be a little bit of rain, and then the sun will shine. Great weather for mowing your lawn. Don't you just love it when the weather forecast says apocalypse? It's the best, right? Love that stuff.
Thank you. I thought it was done for. Mewan? She is a friend of mine too, but I have not seen her. She must still be out there somewhere, trying to avoid the beasts, and with a child. Gods, worry not for me. I can make my way back to the village on my own.
Run! Run away! Apocalypse! Oh, there's Matsia again. Hello.
Katsu, wait! Perusa lies just ahead, but something terrible has happened. The beasts have come, and many have already been killed. Alvin and Alice have gone to do what they can, but there are so many. More than I can count. You must be ready.
Well, alright, let's really prepare. Wham! I am Gazil on the case. Now we're ready to fight. Except I had to refocus on Gazil after every mount. Followed by rains of frogs, spoils, and deaths of the firstborn. Enjoy the weekend. Blam! I wonder if this was the most effective route. Oh well. Hello there. Excuse me, eat this Nasrond. That is true, Vicils. These wreckers in particular, they actually look a little bit like it's actually like an elephant's head in reverse. You see the face is there, the snout and everything. It is absolutely creepy. But just remember that some of these beasts are just like void beasts in general, like either coming from back in A Realm Reborn even, and some come from Shadowbringers. But yeah, this is some scary monsters. It is very scary monsters. I like absolutely agree with that. No doubt there. And it's a whole different level from every other expansion, honestly. There you are. How fare the others? I see. You've seen to all the beasts in sight. In that case, let's have everyone gather in front of the temple.
Courage, friend. The pain will pass.
Has anyone seen Mevan? Where could she be?
We've dealt with all the blasphemies and made certain no villagers are still in hiding.
Good work. We've otherwise tended to the wounded as best we can.
What will become of us?
Help is on the way, surely. We may have to abandon our homes now, but we will return someday.
But where can we go? Is anywhere even safe?
That I cannot say.
Well, I can. Nowhere's safe. Run all you like, but there's no escaping these things. And even if I could, it's too late for my family.
This isn't good. The more they dwell on the tragedy, the more likely we are to lose them too.
My friends, this is a place of worship. Should your heart quake with sadness, cast your mind to the heavens and remember. Remember the teachings of the old gods. Did they not implore us to stand fast when waves of sorrow break against our shores?
Know this, my children. There is more ugliness than beauty in this world. To live is to suffer. To drink of calamity and drown in anguish. To toil and be tested, always and ever.
'Tis a perilous path you walk. Death lurks in the dark, and is the sole promise that awaits at journey's end. You will tremble with terror. You will weep tears of anger and despair.
But do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. Then will you see how the hardships make you strong.
Every doubt reforged as scales for your armor. every agony to temper your blade.
Thank you, lad. We'd almost forgotten who we are. My undying gratitude to you as well, my friends. You were searching for Mevon, no? We must return home. I pray you help the boy find his friend.
Gladly. We dispatched what beasts we could, but the roads are still dangerous. Stay together and go in safety.
That was very impressive, what you did back there. Those words seem to resonate with your people.
They should. They were the first spoken unto our ancestors by the divinity of legend. I'm easily upset, and fish are wont to flee a temperamental hand, so I recite the teachings over and over to calm myself.
They're lovely and inspiring to hear, though I imagine they were born of great misfortune.
They are born of life. There's as much bad as good in it. More, many would attest. All the more reason to appreciate the good when you can.
I won't argue with that.
In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
And with that, let us see if we can't find Mevon. Did you see? That beast was chasing someone.
Ymir says, in those sorts of situations, I tend to just take a few breaths to count to 100. Each person is different, and some people need more than others to calm down. And some people don't know how to calm down or choose not to. So it is very healthy to have a strategy on what to do about it.
Over there, my view was blocked by the trees, but I'm sure I saw someone being chased by a beast. Caetsu, go with Matsuya and search along the river. Elfin and I will circle around from the south.
But yeah, it is healthy to have like a strategy when you're stressed out. Because when you're stressed out is not the time to find out what you do about it. That is usually not a time where you have the mental space to think clearly and stuff like that. And some people seek solace and calm in religion.
That's her! No, I'm sure of it! Mevon!
Don't, please!
Uh-oh.
No! God have mercy!
Megan's lifeless body floats before you, battered and broken. Her death, no doubt, came swiftly. Her infant daughter, however, is nowhere to be seen. You take the babe into your arms. If she yet lives, you cannot tell, but she will surely not survive unless you carry her to the surface at once. Let's get to the surface and see where is the fastest way up. That is back there. Ymir says, why does Golbez sound like Gaius? I don't know. Quick, Alvino, use rescue. I guess they weren't in party. But that is a good point. I think Urianger has used rescue in a cutscene at some point. I suppose Alphino should have it. Being another healer and all that. Hanuman Langur. Hello, Alvino. Can you stop being in the way, Alvin? I'm trying to protect myself. That's so annoying. Did you find Merwin and the child? Damn it all. You have the child? Let me see her. Give me the child! Yeah, well, yes, but no. Precisely. Found them, yes, but...
She's so cold, Alphino.
The child is alert, and I see no wounds, and yet... she grows weaker. My spells can do no more. What she needs is a change of clothes and a warm bed. We must hurry back. Not now!
Matsuya, take the child.
It appears we've made enough noise to be heard for miles around. More will be upon us ere long. We make our stand here. Matsuya, can you take her back to the village?
But the child, all by myself. You can't be serious.
The beasts will follow you home unless we stop them here. And so we shall.
That accurate range is ridiculous.
Strong, Matsuya. Her life is in your hands.
Right. I can do it.
I know you can. We'll keep them busy, Matsuya. Go! Quickly!
I feel like one of us could have gone with him, but okay. The monster's like, we have a warm change of clothes for the child. We can help.
Steady. You know the way. No. No. Not you too. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. To live is to suffer, to drink of calamity. It is a perilous path. Death lurks in the dark. No! I'm not afraid! I'm not afraid! Ah! Do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. See how the hardships make you strong. Every doubt reforged. Every agony. The divinity.
Nay, but one who would deliver thee just the same.
Please. You must save the child. She is all that remains of Mevan and Grasef. Please.
Well, well. Seems the babe's taken a liking to you.
Thou art strong, little one. Let us convey thee to thy home.
I spied our friends as we flew in. They appeared to be holding their own against the Horde.
Right. That's the last of them. We should hurry and find Matsia.
I just want to point out that if it wasn't for Estinian and Vitra, Alizé had basically sent Matsia to his death, and I still stand by the fact that we didn't all three need to make this stand here. One could have gone with Matsia. I have a feeling he'll be fine.
Really? How can you be so sure?
I don't know.
A fine battle it must have been. Shame I missed it.
Estinian, it was you who came to Matsia's aid.
I was only along for the ride. Vritra was the one who saw the boy was in need. The two are headed back to the village.
Where the worm will honor Ahiwan's wishes and finally reveal himself to his people.
Perhaps so. Will you go and join them?
There's something I need to do first. Mervyn gave her life so that her child might live. She deserves better than to be left to drift alone. She deserves to be laid to rest beside her husband, at least. Will you help me?
That is true, Tracy. The thing is with stories like this that sometimes it can be difficult to really make a tense scene when the player character is there, because we're obviously there and always save the day somehow. So forcing us to not be there when we could is a very effective way to make a scene like that. We have done what we can. 'Tis for the villagers of Palakastan to perform the funeral rites. If nothing else, Merwan and Kirsif died as they lived, as themselves, and not as beasts. Their souls will find peace in the ethereal sea. To think the day would come when even the smallest of solaces would be this comforting. You're ready then. In that case, let's head to Palakastan. No doubt Vitra is awaiting us. And here he is, Random Dragon. Rest easy, for all is well here. Young Matsuya returned with the babe safe in his arms. Owing to a warm bed, the girl had already begun to regain her strength. Less joyously received was word of the mother and father's fate, as well as that of their transformed neighbors. How many children of Thavnair must we lose to this calamity? Mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters, every death another void that can never be filled. We who survive them must carry the weight of their memory as we strive to regain a semblance of what we have lost. Kerasef and Merwan's babe is a child of Thavnair as well. I thank you for returning her to us safe. Oh, most great and merciful worm, I have not the words to express my gratitude. They say that were it not for you, brave Matsuya and the child would have been lost to us forever. Long had I heard the rumors that a mighty dragon had forged a pact of friendship with the satrap, but never would I have expected such a kind and gentle soul. Truth in part, but not in whole. I am Vitra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode. An isle I have ruled over a satrap, with Arwan as my loyal servant. Someone from off-screen says, are my ears to be believed? You were the true satrap all along? Oh. Ah. Nidhana, what are you doing here? I heard from the Radiant that you had gone to help the people of Palakastan in their time of need, and so I and several of my colleagues from the Great Work came to offer our services. The alchemists have already brewed up some potions for Merwan's daughter. But enough about us. You and your role are the far greater enigma. If you were the true satrap all along, could it be that young Washan was created to serve as your emissary? Thou didst suspect the boy was but a simulacrum. A rumor has circulated for many years around the High Crucible that our most skilled alchemists were once commissioned by the satrap's family in secret to fashion a mammoth indistinguishable from a living boy. Looking at Vashan with that knowledge, I simply put two and two together. Thank you for watching, Ymir. We're also about to end in a little bit, but I want to finish this bit. This is an awkward time to end if we don't. Thank you for watching, and good night. I was not alone in drawing this conclusion, but like me, they no doubt recognized that the satrap was using the simulacrum to work more closely with his people, and decided not to press the issue. I had always assumed one of Ahuan's associates was manipulating it from afar, though the truth is indeed far more surprising. It is an honor to meet you in the flesh, Master Vitra. Pray allow me to express my gratitude. If you had not believed in and given unto us your scales, I do not know where we would be. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. 'Twas thou and thy fellow alchemists that fashioned the means to unmake the towers. You were the saviors, not only of Radzatham, but the star. Far too kind you are, Master Vitra, but the star yet wants for salvation. Once more will my colleagues and I commit the knowledge and resources at our disposal to the mission of aiding the people in this their darkest hour. 'Twould seem this place is in good hands. I would return to see how Radzatham fares. What will you do, scions? I worry for the survivors we met at Perusa. Shall we pay them a visit before making our way back? In that case, might I ask a favor? Nothing too burdensome, I promise. This way. Needs to simmer just a bit longer, I'd say. In the meantime, I was hoping I might ask you a few questions. The Red Sky, these terrible beasts, what in the name of the sisters is happening here in Tavnir? Oh, the final days. Nothing major, I assure you. Oh my, that's rather a lot to take in. It would seem the situation is even more grave than we suspected. Thank you, friend. My colleagues and I will use your knowledge to see if it can further our own research. And with that, here we are, a pot of piping hot chai, brewed from my own secret recipe of spices and tea leaves, together with hearty helpings of rich milk and purest sugar. I've made enough for everyone in the village. Might I trouble you to deliver a few cups? The drink has medicinal properties, then? Not in the least. The ingredients are quite ordinary. It's so very tasty, though, and has a way of lifting the spirits. The spicy aroma and distinctive sweetness of chai is a simple, everyday pleasure on our island. Sometimes, the best medicine is the simplest. A lovely sentiment, Nidhana. By all means, allow us to assist. While you lot distribute hot beverages, I'll do a sweep for errant beasts to slay. A far less arduous task, no doubt. When you've finished, look for me at the wakeful Tirana. At the what? Look at them all, lacing about, knowing full well the beasts might strike again at any moment. Do they not realize their lives are in danger? Well, I, for one, intend to survive. I'm too young to die. Yes, I'll leave this island behind if I must. But where would I go? Is anywhere safe these days? A mug of piping hot chai brewed from aromatic tea leaves, flavored with Nidhana's secret blend of herbs and spices, then mixed with rich milk. A cup of chai. Can't you see I have more important things to worry about? No, you're right. It is precisely in times like these that we must strive to remain calm and steady. I do believe I'll visit the Elder and see what needs to be done. If there is any way I can aid my village and my friends, I will do it. Good. Good. I'm sorry, I just want to be left alone. My best friend and I, we fled the village together. One of the beasts took him and it was all I could do to run. All the while, I could hear this monstrous voice screaming my name. Oh. Now that's brutal. This is for me? We used to drink chai together often. Shared stories over steaming cups after a hard day's work. Thank you, friend.
The pain may never pass, but I must press on all the same, for his memory, and for we who must remember. It is a really, really brutal part of the story. It is incredibly surprising in a way that the story takes this heavy of a turn. Wait, I know you. You were the one who saved us from those beasts back at the temple. But not for you, well, let's not even think about that. At times like this, we mustn't dwell on what might have been, but look to the future. But what future awaits us? How can Ratzathan hope to recover from this? Most of my friends are gone, and I don't know where to turn. Turn to this. A cup of chai. Well, if you insist. Ah, that aroma has a way of clearing the mind. And to think of it, we've faced our fair share of trials in the past as well, and no matter how hard the times, we've always come together as a people united. One day at a time, one step at a time, for that is all any of us can do. Yes. Back to work, once I've finished this cup. Thank you. Magic Melody, that is a very nice name. Thank you for delivering the chai, Caetsu. Did it help to lift the villagers' spirits? Yeah. That is heartening to hear, indeed. The final days show no signs of abating, but that is all the more reason that we must try to keep our composure. Our lives have been forever changed. The people we have lost will never return to us. These tragedies will long weigh on our hearts. But we have the capacity to live with our suffering, to carry the agony till we too join the fallen in death. This is not a surrender, but a recognition, but is only an acceptance that we find the strength to move forward. Caetsu Vunu. An herbal drink with impressive medicinal properties, sometimes called mountain tea. As you have finished your deliveries, might I talk with you for a moment? I was curious to know what has become of Merwin and Kirisev's remains. Oh, thank you, friend. Surely they will be able to rest peacefully by each other's side. I and the people of Palakastan will perform the rites as soon as we are able. As for the child, it will not be easy for her, growing up without her parents, but I promise to do what I can. Once she is able to eat solid food, the fish I catch will help nourish her. Well, we've finished delivering the chai. I do believe everyone has a piping hot cup. I could almost believe there's some magic at work, how their tension fades with every sip. Let us pray that Palakastan has seen the last of those transformations, at least for now. They're still at risk, as every village in Thavnair, like as not. Still, I trust we can leave this place in the care of our friends from the Radiant and the High Crucible. Shall we return to Ratzathan? By all means, do not let us keep you further. There are still many who have need of your wisdom and strength to deliver them from this terrible calamity. And I will do what I can as well. I will bring rations and supplies from Akyali. We have plenty to spare. That is wonderful. Then let us find Istinian and be on our way. Where did he wander off to again? The Wakeful Tirana, near the bridge to Ratzathan, as I recall. Very well then. The target is to find somewhere where there's a little bit less despair before we finish off the stream, because we are reaching the point where we normally end. But it is just too terrible of a time to stop right in the middle of all this. Alphino told me everything. Full glad am I to hear the people are safe. Likewise, you will be pleased to know I found no evidence of lingering beasts in the jungle and ruins. It would seem you finished off the last of them. Trying times yet lie ahead for the people of Thavnair. Fortunately, they have a wise and benevolent satrap to shepherd them through.
Speaking of which, I received word from Thancred not a short while ago. He awaits our return to the city on Alzadal's path. Come. I think we also can pick up the Aetheryte now-ish. Something like that, I'm pretty sure. It is good to see you safe. Given the skies, it's all too easy to fear the worst. I'm pleased to report that we've succeeded in quelling the threat here in the city. The beasts have all been felled, and the citizens are safe for now. I've also heard from the Radiant that an important proclamation will be made in the city square, though they said no more than that. Might you have any idea what this is about? Yeah, pretty good idea what it is about, in fact. So Vitra is finally coming out from behind the curtain. I suppose we, too, should hear what he has to say. To Megaduta then, but before that, it would appear that word of the assembly has not yet reached all of the citizens. If anyone along the way seems unaware, we'd best enlighten them. I just want to check one more time in case whether the Aetheryte is available now, because it would be a shame if I missed it when it is finally available. Hello? Nope. Not yet. A Lalafell. A cute Lalafell. Are the beasts all gone? I've been hiding and I'm too scared to go out and look. Oh, that's a relief. I thought one of those beasts were going to eat me. I wonder where Vashad is. He's the slowest runner. I hope he got away. He could be with the other people from the palace. Maybe I'll see him in the square. Vicel says, oh, PvP Series 3 will end the next patch. That explains why there was a poor soul in Frontlines not knowing what to do. I had to train him a little bit. Change his White Mage for Paladin and send him to Crystalline Conflict. I mean, both work. But that is true. PvP Series 3 is ending in the, with the raid tier. Basically, the series seems to like be like around 2 major patches, or at least 2 PvP seasons. Leave me be, please. I swear to you, my flesh tastes absolutely terrible. Hello. Oh gosh, what are you doing, scaring me like that? If we're not quiet, those beasts will find us. The square, you say? But that's where the satrap was killed. With my very eyes, I saw him crushed in that creature's maw. So many lives lost, such terrible carnage. And you say there's someone else who would lead Rarsatan in his stead? Whoever they are, if they say anything to sully the memory of our beloved satrap, I'll make them regret it. I don't think Vitra would ever do that. But yeah, if you want to get all of the PvP series rewards, you should probably like really start grinding. If you want Series XP, the fastest way is to do Crystalline Conflict, assuming the queue isn't too long. If the queue is long, it is better to do Frontline, just because if you're sitting there waiting, Frontline gives like slightly more per go, but it usually takes a lot longer than Crystalline Conflict. But like, you know, if the queue time makes it pointless, then there's no reason to do Crystalline Conflict in the first place. At least not for that reason.
Look! Someone's coming!
People of Razathan, it warms my heart to see so many brave, resilient souls before me. Today, I would share with you a great revelation. But before I do, I must make a humble request. Do not be alarmed, nor avert your eyes. See the one I unveil for who he is, and know that he means you no harm.
Very well. I dare say it can't be worse than the horrors we've already seen.
Many thanks.
A dragon!
Wow!
People of Radzathan, I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode. 'Tis as the Satrap's ally I am known. Today, I would reveal the truth unto you.
Let us hope they accept him.
If I am hearing this right, you were the satrap all along?
Vashan! I mean, Master Vitra, does your divine eye really see all?
Nay, child. While mine eye hath borne witness to the whole of our nation's history, to its future I am blind as thee. Countrymen, calamity the likes of which we have never known is come to Fafnir, our home. Friends and loved ones have been taken from us. I, too, have lost my closest confidant. Ahawan loved this land and served it with dignity till his dying breath. A nobler satrap there will never be. For so long, I lacked the courage to face you. I will not easily earn your trust, this I know. And yet, I cannot sit idly by and abandon Radzathan to her fate. A font of boundless vibrancy, this jewel of the ocean. Since time immemorial, hath she glittered with every color imaginable. To this dragon, slumbering in his dark lair, 'twas a mesmerizing sight, and one that brought no end of joy to my heart. This calamity hath stolen too much from you already, yet so long as you live, the light of Radzathan will never be extinguished. I pray you let me watch over it. Over you. And lend me your strength, that we might face this trial and those to come as one.
I do not know you, dragon, but I thank you for speaking the truth to us. As divinities, both Manusha and Riga once joined together, so too do I believe that hand in hand, We can overcome this ordeal and welcome an era of peace.
A sight that would have surely brought a smile to Azael's face.
Indeed.
Excuse me, but I must speak with the Satrap at once.
Father!
You have suffered dearly of late, yet you must endeavor to look beyond these losses to the future you yet have. On behalf of the Forum of Sharlayan, I come with a proposal by which you, the people of Radzat-Han, might be saved. I say again, I must speak with your Satrap. I beseech you, take me to him with all possible haste.
I am Satrap here. Speak thy proposal. All present shall hear and judge.
And judge.
If I have given offense, then I apologize. First, allow me to share with you what knowledge we have of the phenomenon responsible for your woes. The final days. 'Tis an affliction of stagnancy and rot, sown into the currents of the star. Though the first prominent manifestation was here, in Thavner, it will invariably spread to every corner of the world. The Forum was forewarned of this apocalypse several centuries ago. Thenceforth, my predecessors sought to prepare for the end times in the only conceivable fashion, by securing a means of escape.
Escape the star? What madness is this?
'Tis by no means madness. With the coming of the 7th umbral calamity, the true nature of the Red Moon, Dalamud, was revealed. That it was an artificial construct of ancient Alag. But what of the Silver Moon? This celestial satellite is yet another technological marvel fashioned and maintained by ancient allies. A ship that will sail the heavens and deliver our people from destruction. And by our people, I speak not only of Sharlayan. We mean to save every man, woman, and child it is within our power to save. Including you, our dear friends of Radzat-Han. Recent events necessitate adjustments be made, and quickly, but we can and will escort you safely to the moon.
Long has thy forum been allies to Thavner. I trust thou dost not extend this offer lightly. Yet I wonder, is this truly the way? Is there a future to be built for us beyond this star our father deemed the last bastion of hope?
It is for that very reason I come before you and your people. To answer any and all of your questions. To offer my assurances and allay your fears. Though, if you wish the best for your people, I advise you to render your decision swiftly.
Show our friends to Megaduta. They are to be received as honored guests. Worry not. Whatever decision is reached, your paths shall be yours to decide. Until then, Heed the warning of these brave heroes. Guard your hearts against fear and despair, for it is within such fertile soil that the seeds of blasphemy find purchase. Remain calm and attend to your daily tasks. I shall return anon.
We'll do as you say, Master Vitra. We believe in you.
Oh, you're still here. What a relief.
Nidana, what's the matter? Has something happened at Palaka's stand?
Oh, no, not that I know of. I just hope to hear your thoughts on a theory of mine. All who undergo the transformation are drained of their ether, yes? What is it then that gives these beasts the strength to carry on as they do? Logically, they must be drawing upon an alternate form of vital energy. That put me in mind of our earlier conversation, when I tried to explain the essence which many confuse with ether.
Akasha. Yes, I remember. The unseen gift bestowed from on high. An energy influenced solely by emotion.
Yes, yes. In this instance, negative ones set Akasha into motion, thereby infusing the beasts with vitality. I posit this as the mechanism by which the beasts are born and sustained. Ah, do you still have that flower?
Uh-oh.
If we accept that it once shone bright by drawing upon Akasha, influenced by the thoughts of those nearby, then fear, terror, despair, negative emotions so powerful as to suffocate it, permeated the air in this place. You must be very careful. The forces which drive the final days may be beyond our ability to perceive. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you like that. At any rate, I will continue my research into Akasha. Do temper your expectations, however. There are sadly few detailed studies upon which I may draw.
Formulating a new theory as you have is itself no small feat. I wish you well in your endeavors, and pray you take care.
Thank you. You stay safe as well, yes? Till next we meet, and we will meet again.
I will hand in this quest, and I think that will give us a good starting point for next stream. As far as we have come, and after all the horrors we have seen, there's still so much we do not know about the final days. Could it be, as Nidana said, that the cause of this phenomenon is beyond our comprehension? And, if so, are we powerless to forestall it? Now we just need some pictures. Myself says this part was, well, actually you first said that you are a bit of a PvP fan and you love to help others. That is also very good, and I'm glad to have someone like you in this community. I actually took a long time to get the PvP series stuff finished because I had to take my time to get it done. The randomness of this part of the story is explained given that we're told that this entire island is basically first came the dragons and then people came to settle. And they just kind of went, oh, there's a dragon here. And then eventually the dragons went, when the people that happened to be on the island started fighting with each other, the dragons came and basically said, now you have to be friends, okay? We all have to become friends now. Got it? And then they became friends. And then they kind of just built around it, and eventually, like, the dragons faded into obscurity. We're not immediately ending, there's still a little bit left. Needing a few pictures, and then we will be closing out. But if there's anything you guys would like to talk about before we finish, then this is a great time to mention it. And yes, I have seen Emilian's I'm Home. I have seen it. I think this one is good enough. Tired Hero of Light. Let's see, what can we do? Right. Warrior of Light. Fighting off the world. Actually, nah, that doesn't work now that I take a bit of a closer look. But it is a very good animation. I always make the thumbnails for the next stream and stuff like that on stream, because I don't log in on Smol Kai off stream. I don't. And the only way to make that work, while also having all of the thumbnails include Smol Kai herself, is if I take the pictures on stream. Which also gives you a little bit of insight into how the whole process of me making thumbnails generally work. I think that'll do. And then we find a bed. Oh, this is going to be incredibly inconvenient. Are you sure I can't access the Aetheryte? Are you absolutely certain that I'm not allowed to attune with the Aetheryte game? Because I really, really would like to. Like, really. Please? Very, very please? Yes! Perfect! Now we go back. But yeah, I typically make the... sometimes actually, if there's a good cutscene happening that works... Oh, that's very cute. I sometimes use the picture specifically from a cutscene leading up to. Like, for example, when we went to Mount Gulg, that was a picture that I took in the middle of a cutscene. Often that gives me a lot of problems with lighting. Or getting a properly good picture of Kai and things like that. Because that's how it goes. You just have to deal with what, like, the hand you're dealt in those situations. Now we take the picture for the weekly schedule. Oh yes, perfect. Recently I've been playing through, I've been playing a little bit of a classic WoW with a friend, and we play together, and every time we finish a session we always find really random places to log out in. So I find it really, really funny to do that. Yeah, we went a little bit over time this time. But whoops, that was a little strong. How strong is that? That is fine. That is a little bright in the background though. How's Toxic Land? It is actually not that bad. We're playing specifically on the in that hardcore community, and people are very friendly and help each other. So it's not so bad, surprisingly. Now, just as I always bring up near the end of these streams, I would like to remind you that this YouTube channel has a community Discord where you can find the weekly schedule, posts whenever I make videos or plan streams or anything. And this is also where you will often find many of the viewers of the streams talking. For example, we had a conversation yesterday about some of the live letter stuff coming out, and we were specifically careful to not discuss spoilers, because this community is very good about not spoiling the new players that haven't seen all the stuff. And there are rooms to discuss all sorts of things, from lore in the spoiler room, to music, and it doesn't have to be Final Fantasy music, to game mechanics, and sometimes we don't even talk about Final Fantasy games. So there's a little bit of something for everyone. Now, in the next few days, on Tuesday, we're going to have one of our duty roulette streams as usual. And then we have some scholar guides coming out next week, which means you can probably guess what job we're doing dailies as on Tuesday. And then on Friday, we have a premiere on a video discussing some of the common money-making strategies that always explode onto the scene when it's patch week. Oh, buy tons of materia and resell them at a huge markup. You'll get rich. Trust me. Things like that. Just in time before patch, because remember, patch day is the Tuesday after that. And then of course, actually next week, Smol Caetsu is happening on Sunday instead, because I'm busy on the Saturday with something else. I think that is everything, so I would like to remind you that if you found this stream awesome, enjoyable, chill, relaxing, worth liking, I would appreciate it very much if you liked the stream, so that the YouTube algorithm also knows that this was a pretty good VOD that maybe you should watch in the future, unless you already have liked it, of course. It really matters. I'm not sure how much, but this does make a difference. I do appreciate it. And then, the only thing left beyond that is to say good night, or good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And to say good night to Smol Caetsu. Good night. Good night. Good night, everyone. And thank you for watching.